of force. So in this case, again, we have those two separate components of force that I'm going to address. One is the knee across the neck. That foreseeably can cause pretty significant serious bodily injury or death. If you think of someone who's laying face down, where the head or face is against the ground and the chest is against the ground, that means the neck is kind of like a suspension bridge, right? So it's generally accepted in policing that you do not put weight down on someone's neck in that position because of the potential that the neck won't be able to handle that weight, and you can end up damaging the structures of the neck. That's kind of generic. There's nothing specific that we need in this case. That applies to all defendants, so I apologize, all individuals. There are also foreseeable effects of keeping someone in that prone position. Prominently, what's called positional asphyxia, someone who starts having trouble breathing, who can't take in over time the amount of oxygen that they need to sustain their life functions. This is something that's been very well known in policing for at least going on 30 years. The prone restraint position limits the ability of someone to breathe. And there are some additional specific factors relevant to this case that increase the susceptibility of Mr. Floyd to positional asphyxia, and that a reasonable officer would have known prior to the use of force. Specifically,
that's another question.
And those additional risk factors, would those include the downward pressure of the weight of...
Overruled.
We're from Alabama, and I both spoke.
What's the other side going to do?
Well, I think one thing they're going to say is, Mr. President...
weight of the officers.
Yes, absolutely. Additional weight on a subject's back can further compromise their breathing, rendering them more susceptible to positional asphyxia.
Yep.
Apologies, Your Honor.
All right, at this time, I'm going to ask that the next clip, clip 6, which is taken from Exhibit 49, which is, I believe, Tao's body-worn camera, and it starts at timestamp 20:21:50. Play that, please.
What do you want?
I can breathe. Please, again.
Well, get up, get in the car, man.
I will.
Get up, get in the car.
I can't move.
You fight the whole...
Mama. Mama. I can't. Okay.
Is that the...
All right. My knee. My neck.
And can you please explain, are we looking at a break? Were you signaling to me, Judge, that we...
For the next 10 minutes when a good break is.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Your Honor. With respect to this portion that we just viewed, what did you see that was relevant to your analysis with respect to the potential foreseeable consequences of the officer's actions?
So two things really stand out. One is you hear Mr. Floyd saying that he can't breathe. And one of the indicators of susceptibility to positional asphyxia is that someone starts having difficulty breathing. The other component, one of the factors that can increase the susceptibility to positional asphyxia is drug or alcohol intoxication. Even before the defendant arrived on scene, the counterfeiting suspect, who was later identified as Mr. Floyd, was described as possibly intoxicated. And here in this clip, you can hear the officers discussing the likelihood that he's intoxicated, that he was found with drug paraphernalia on him, and that they suspect there might be other drugs in play.
And there are other things that an officer can listen to, even including a report of distress from the person themselves. Is that right? The person upon whom force is being applied.
Absolutely. If someone is describing that they are experiencing medical distress, then officers have to take that into account as they're evaluating the continued effects of keeping someone in this case, a prone restraint position.
I'd like to play clip 7, which is taken from Exhibit 43, King's body-worn camera at 20/22/18. If you publish.
Arturo, I'm claustrophobic. My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts. There's water or something. Please. I can't breathe off there.
Talking,
They're gonna kill me. They're gonna kill me, man.
takes a heck of a lot of oxygen though.
Come on, man.
During what we just viewed as clip 7, was the defendant, was the use of force the same as when you began analyzing this at point 0?
Yes, the officers are maintaining Mr. Floyd in that prone restraint position, but there are some additional indicators that the foreseeable effects of force are occurring. He's experiencing positional asphyxia.
And did you hear Mr. Floyd say plainly that he was experiencing some form of medical distress?
Not only does he indicate it with the words he's using, saying that he can't breathe, but even compared to that prior clip, his voice is slower and thicker. So both what he is saying and how he is saying it would indicate an increased medical distress.
And would a reasonable officer on the scene then, hearing this, have at least been aware of the complaint?
Absolutely, especially when you hear an officer respond to that complaint, it's certainly an indication that an officer was aware of it.
Can you please tell the jury what generally how a hobble restraint system works and what it's for?
Yes, a hobble is used to limit the motion of someone's legs. So if they're kicking or flailing around with the legs, especially someone who's in, for example, the backseat of a police car who may be kicking out the windows or something like that, and essentially the hobble goes around the ankles and binds the ankles together, and then is connected to a belt piece, sort of a component around the midsection to slightly bend the individual's legs. Historically, the legs used to be bent up behind someone. Think of laying on your stomach and then kicking your feet up towards your butt. The way hobbles are generally used now is the feet aren't behind the individual, they're just brought up, so the knees are kept in front of the body and brought up a little bit. Again, the point is just to make it much more difficult, if not impossible, for the individual to kick.
And what would a reasonable police officer on the scene use to determine whether a hobble restraint is appropriate?
So hobbles are generally appropriate when officers cannot effectively restrain someone using only handcuffs. When they have someone who is continuing to kick or flail or flop around uncontrollably.
Is the absence or presence or the need to summon a supervisor an appropriate reason to either use or not use a hobble?
No, if the situation justifies a hobble, then officers should use the hobble regardless of the fact that that means a supervisor will have to respond. If the situation does not justify a hobble, then they shouldn't use a hobble regardless of the requirement to summon a supervisor.
And would you agree that a hobble is just sort of a brand name for a form of MRT or maximum restraint technique?
Yeah, so hobble, 4-point restraint, maximal restraint, there are specific brands like the RIP hobble, but yeah, these are all essentially the same concept that we're talking about.
And was the application of force by the officers without the hobble essentially a maximal restraint technique, but without the use of that tool?
To the extent that the hobble would effectively immobilize someone and keep them from kicking, then what you see here is officers controlling Mr. Floyd's upper body, middle body, and lower body, which would keep him from kicking. So although not a perfect parallel, I would certainly describe it as a behavioral analog of a maximal restraint or a hobble-like technique.
And when an individual is placed in a maximal restraint, the hobble, are they supposed to be placed in the side recovery position?
Absolutely. Just like handcuffing, as soon as an individual is restrained, handcuffs or hobble, get the person off of their stomach, out of the prone restraint and into a side recovery position.
And I'd like to then move to the next segment.
If I may, on
Yeah, so the prosecution looks like they're getting ready to rest, meaning it's like you see in the TV shows. Someone stands up and says, Your Honor, the prosecution rests its case. That will actually happen here soon. At this point, procedurally,
to infection.
If we could publish the next clip.
He's not responsive right now, bro. No, bro, look at him. He's not responsive right now, bro. Bro, are you serious? Is he breathing right now? Check his pulse. Check his pulse. Check his pulse, Kyle. Kyle, check his pulse.
Suspect is sitting on 20 to 30 years old. The victim is crying, and the suspect has a gun pointed to him and
What do you think that is? You saw you call when he doing okay? You call when he doing okay?
And what did you see in that clip that was relevant to your foreseeable effective force analysis?
So here the audio starts with the bystanders saying that Mr. Floyd is not responsive, pleading with officers to check his pulse. Officer King does so, spends 6 or 7 seconds checking, looks like 2 locations, or maybe trying to get a pulse on the same location twice before ultimately announcing that he can't find a pulse. At that point, the defendant says, huh, and Officer King clarifies and says, I was trying to find a pulse or something like that.
Jumping up to the threat factors then, because we're looking at the same event, is Mr. Floyd presenting anybody a threat at this point?
No, someone who does not have a pulse does not present a threat in any way.
Now I'd like to advance to clip 11. Okay. Right, if you would publish that, please. Please tell the jury what you saw relevant to your analysis with respect to foreseeable effects.
So you hear Officer Lane describe Mr. Floyd as not responsive. This is as the paramedics are arriving, and Officer Lane is directing them by saying that Mr. Floyd is not responsive. Again, back up to the threat factor, certainly cannot be a threat if he's not responsive, and now even more indication that the use of force is having deleterious effects on Mr. Floyd's health.
Okay. And if we can advance to the next clip. Okay. And at point, and I don't believe that's oh yes, actually go ahead and publish that. It's a Fraser video 2028-42, Exhibit 15.
The fact that you guys are checking his pulse and doing
What is it you see here that was relevant to your analysis?
This is immediately before Mr. Floyd is loaded onto the stretcher, and you see the defendant take his knee off of Mr. Floyd, and shortly after that particular clip, Mr. Floyd is rolled and lifted onto the stretcher.
And so would that then mark the end of the restraint period at 9 minutes and 29 seconds?
Yes, it would.
Right. Your Honor, this would be an opportune time for a break.
The jury, let's take our 20-minute break.
Hi there, everyone. It's 4 o'clock in the East. After 11 days of compelling and emotional testimony from witnesses, the prosecution's case against former police officer Derek Chauvin for the murder of George Floyd is nearing its end. We've been listening to what is expected to be the prosecution's final witness, Seth Stoughton. He's a professor who specializes in use of force and policing, who is there to drive home the point that Chauvin's actions that day were excessive and that they were the main reason that George Floyd died on May 25th, 2020. This came after emotional and deeply personal testimony from Philonise Floyd, the younger brother of George Floyd, who spoke about the man who Floyd was and how he was a role model for their entire family. Watch.
He just was like a person that everybody loved around the community. He just knew how to make people feel better. Being around him, he showed us like how to treat our mom and how to respect our mom. He loved her so dearly.
Earlier in the day, the prosecution heard from their final medical expert as well. He's a heart specialist who, like the other medical witnesses, said that Floyd's health did not play a factor in his death that day.
In this case, Mr. George Floyd died from a cardiopulmonary arrest. It was caused by low oxygen levels, and those low oxygen levels were induced by the prone restraint and positional asphyxiation. I can state with a high degree of medical certainty that George Floyd did not die from a primary cardiac event, and he did not die from a drug overdose.
Taking into account all of the evidence that you reviewed, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Mr. Floyd's death was preventable?
Yes, I do.
Would you tell us what that opinion is?
Yes, I believe that Mr. George Floyd's death was absolutely preventable.
Let's bring into our conversation and coverage NBC News Corp.
Get in the car, man.
I will.
Get up, get in the car.
I can't move.
Just wipe the whole
Mama. Mama. I can't. Okay.
Is that the...
All right. My knee. My neck.
And can you please explain, are we looking at a break?
Takes the front of his car and knocks into the back of another car to send it out of control. After that happened and the driver was able to gain control of the car, apparently the passenger leaned out of the window and started shooting a rifle at the officers as they were behind it. Now you look at the scene here, what we're told, those suspects bailed out somewhere near here. Shots were fired and one suspect was killed. Another was captured after a sort of a negotiation. What we're told, 3 officers went to the hospital, 1 has been released, 2 remain in the hospital. Now, Jake, just in the last 10 minutes or so, we have had names released. We're told the deceased has been identified as Pierre Alexander Shelton. He's 28 of Birmingham, Alabama. Also, the person who was arrested was Aaron Shelton. He's 22 years old of Birmingham, Alabama. He's been charged with 5 counts of aggravated assault. This remains an active crime scene, obviously, when you have a police-involved shooting. The GBI, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, has been combing through the fields here for a few hours to try to figure out all the information and evidence they can gather. But if you think about this was supposed to be a traffic stop that turned into someone leaning out the window with a rifle firing toward officers. 3 of them hit. We're told 1 has been released. We'll hopefully get the conditions of 2 other officers in the near future. Jake?
All right, Ryan, thank you so much. In Virginia, 2 police officers accused in a lawsuit of using excessive force during a December traffic stop. The officers pulled over an active-duty Army officer, 2nd Lieutenant Karen Nazario, who's black and Latino. Body cam video shows officers pointed guns at Nazario, pepper sprayed him, and pushed him to the ground after pulling him over for what they thought was a missing license plate. The lawsuit says that the officer, the Army officer, was driving a new car with temporary plates actually taped to the inside of the back window, so he wasn't missing his plates, according to the lawsuit. Now, the Army officer, Nazario, slowed down. He put his blinkers on, but he did not pull over for another minute and 40 seconds. He said he was trying to find a well-lit area. Here is just part of this interaction, and again, we have to warn you, this video is disturbing and it may be difficult to watch.
I'm serving this country and this is how I'm treated?
Yo, but guess what? I'm a veteran too. I'm gonna obey. Get out the car.
What's going on?
Get out the car now.
What's going on?
What's going on? You're fixing to ride the license, son.
I'm sorry, what?
Get out of the car now.
What's going on?
Get out of the car now. Get out of the car.
Sir, just get out of the car. Work with us and we'll talk to you. Get out the car.
You received an order. Obey it.
I'm I'm honestly afraid to get out. Can I ask you what's going on?
Get out.
What's going on? What did I do?
Get out now.
I have not committed any crimes.
You're being stopped for a traffic violation. You're not cooperating at this point right now. You're under arrest
For a traffic-
You're being detained. Okay, you're being detained for
For a
obstruction of
traffic violation, I do not have to get out the vehicle. You haven't even told me why I'm being stopped.
Really?
Get your hands.
Get out of the car now. Get out of the car.
Get your hands off me,
Get out.
please. Get your hands off me.
You know what?
Get your hands off me. Get
Not
your
a
hands
problem.
off me.
Back up there.
I didn't do anything. Don't do that.
Sir, get out of the car
Don't
now.
do that.
Hey, get out
Don't
of
do
the car
that.
now.
Don't do.
Look,
I'm trying to talk
get out.
to you.
Okay.
I'm trying to
I'm gonna
talk.
talk.
Get out.
Just get out of the
Relax.
car.
Can you please
Get out.
relax? Can
Get
you
out.
please relax?
Get out of the car right now. Now.
This is not how you treat a vet. I'm actively serving this country, and this is how you're gonna treat me. I didn't do any. Whoa, hold on. What's going? Hold on. Watch it.
Get out of the car. Get out of the car now.
That's up. That's
Get out of the car now.
Sir, just get out the car.
I'm trying to breathe.
Police reports say that Lieutenant Nazario was pepper sprayed because he failed to comply with the officer's orders and struck one of the officers when he tried to unlock the door. That's their version. Nazario's lawsuit says those statements are false. The video footage obviously contradicts the police officers. Meanwhile, CNN has learned that one of the officers, Joe Gutierrez, was fired after an internal investigation. CNN has been unable to reach the officers or their representatives. Let's discuss all of this, and frankly, it's tough to watch a lot of this. Van, let's start with your reaction to this video out of Virginia.
Well, I mean, overall, it's too much violence. Too much violence against innocent people. When you think about veterans and you think about our military, we're supposed to respect them, we're supposed to honor them, but we've had a tradition going back to World War II where black men came home wearing their uniforms, wearing their medals, very proud of their service, and were lynched at railway stations because they were being too uppity. All of this stuff just brings up so much pain, so much historical trauma. People say, well, why didn't you just get out of the car? I'm going to tell you right now, you get pulled over by police officers screaming at you and pointing guns at you, all the stuff that's going on, you want to get some assurances and try, especially when you literally haven't done anything wrong. And so I just think you're seeing this sort of tale of two Americas. I'm sure a lot of people look at that and they say, hey, look, if he just gotten out, he wouldn't have gotten in any trouble. But you have a lot of people like me, I understand 100% why he was afraid, even as an active serving military person in uniform, was literally afraid to get out of that car without more assurance, and what happened to him, was despicable.
Neil, you're a former police officer. What's your take on the Virginia incident? We should note that the 3 officers shot in Georgia underlines what police might face at any given moment doing their job. How do you balance that? The risk of violence at a road stop in Georgia, and then what we see here in this video from Virginia?
Yeah, I mean, the job has inherent risk, but let me talk about the 2 initial differences between these 2 traffic stops. One, in Georgia, we had a vehicle in excess of 100 miles per hour, extremely dangerous, and then failing to stop, obviously trying to flee the police officer. Now, the one in Virginia, so many things went wrong from the very beginning, especially when we advise many motorists, especially if they're a little apprehensive of stopping on a dark road in the middle of the night, to put on their flashers, to stay within the speed limit, to drive to a well-lit area before pulling over. And this is what we tell them to do. Why didn't these police officers respond to that? So from the beginning, it went wrong. Now you're talking about a simple traffic violation of of a tag violation, a felony stop. I was talking with some of my fellow officers, both current and retired, earlier today, and we're like, okay, what these officers did and how they responded with this felony stop, we're talking about character, we're talking about culture, and we're talking about courage. And when I say courage, the lack of courage. And we talked about the many times that we had similar traffic stops, and you just walk up to the car and you ask for a license and registration. Don't get me wrong, you're cautious. And with two officers on the scene, one could have gone up to the driver's side, one could have gone up to the passenger side like we normally do. And this could have been a very easy, simple traffic stop. The one who was trying to de-escalate was Lieutenant Nazario, and that shouldn't be the case.
Yeah. And Van, one of the things that's so unsettling about all of this is and they thought that he didn't have a license plate. He did. He had temporary tags taped to his window. He just bought the car. There was the traffic stop for in Minnesota last night. George Floyd, he passed a counterfeit $20 bill. Eric Garner, he was selling loose cigarettes. I mean, these are petty anti-offenses, and they end with violence. Even the guy trying to escape, and you shouldn't resist arrest, you shouldn't try to flee the scene of the crime, but does that really give officers a license to kill because somebody's trying to escape? I mean, there needs to be some sense of balance here.
In which a body camera from a fatal encounter with police was released. It shows, particularly with the narrative of the police chief, what you have is a mistake by a police officer that resulted in the death of another black man at the hands of police. What we know about this situation, Daunte Wright was pulled over, police said, for an expired tag. There were some other complications, and they found that he had an outstanding warrant for a pistol that was not registered. They attempted to arrest him. He resisted, and what you see from the body cam video and here with the police narrative, the officer who was attempting to effect the arrest went for her taser, mistook her taser for her sidearm, and you had the fatal error. Here's the chief.
During this encounter, however, the officer drew their handgun instead of their taser. I'm the leader of this department. They expect me to lead, create a safe city. That's what I'm trying to do. So that's it. Yeah, I'm emotional.
And what we saw last night here at police headquarters were clashes between police and protesters. I ballparked the number of protesters who came out here at about 500. Some of them broke bricks into smaller pieces and took rocks, and they threw them at the line of police. Police responded with smoke. They responded with projectiles. And ultimately, the multi-jurisdictional force came out here and got control of the street. But while all the resources were dedicated here at police headquarters, demonstrators ran all over town, and that's where we saw the looting. More than 20 retail establishments were hit. They included the Walmart, they included the CVS, a number of beauty supply warehouses, a number of liquor stores were hit. There was a lot of gunfire in the area, according to police. Ultimately, we saw a widespread destruction and a lot of outrage for this fatal error at the hands of police. And so many people out active and very upset. What we knew now, too, is that the police has executed a curfew for a second night starting at 7 p.m. And this Operation Safety Net, which was intended to provide security surrounding the Derek Chauvin trial, has been activated now to level 3, and that means more resources like the National Guard have been called up and poured into this effort to keep the peace here in this town following another black man killed at the hands of police. Charles?
Yeah, very tough to watch, very disturbing. Mike, thank you very much.
In 29 seconds. What is your take on whether that would land with a jury, as well as on the judge's ruling not to sequester this jury?
Well, Nicole, with regard to Chauvin testifying, I think that the groundwork that needed to be laid for him to do it has not been laid. I've made no secret in saying I've got no love for Derek Chauvin. I want to see him get convicted. At the same time, part of my job is to recognize when someone can make a legitimate argument that would help their case. What he should have argued was, listen, what I did was wrong, but I'm part of a much bigger system that put these entire series of events into play. And that would have worked. I think the reason why his lawyer didn't do that is he's just not used to trying cases involving police misconduct in a post-George Floyd world where the rules are different, the public's paying attention, and people care a lot more about justice for police when they wrongfully kill people. But I think that had the groundwork been laid, what I'll agree with Claire on is you can never underestimate the impact of forgiveness in a court of law, because I've seen it work under circumstances where it really wouldn't have been anticipated. And there are things that only Chauvin could address by getting on the stand. even if he tries to do it through other witnesses. Moving on to the issue of sequestration, it's such an extreme measure to take. I think that judges are always unlikely to take it unless they absolutely have to. And I think part of what Cahill knows in this trial is that issues involving policing are going to stay in the news. This one happens to also be in Minnesota, but these events are happening so often that they're going to continue to impact the outcome of this trial.
Tragically, that is the state of affairs. NBC Shaquille Brewster, thank you so much. We plan to call on you again over the next 2 hours if news breaks, so thank you, my friend, for now. Claire and David are sticking around. The court remains in a break. We'll get back into it when it resumes, but when we come back, more on that other tragic police shooting in Minneapolis that Claire was talking about. It's a city already on edge. The reckoning over race and policing again in the national spotlight. That news just ahead. All those stories and more when Deadline White House continues after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Done with disposables. Introducing super leak-proof under...
Actually, one of the better things that I had when I was down there.
Yeah.
My garden is my therapy.
The dealership on the assumption that she was purchasing from a private seller. And
play Billy the Kid again and show.
This doesn't...
My lab, why not?
Being Thousand Islands is very challenging, especially at times like this.
And Brenda Mallory to be a member of the Council on Environmental Quality. Each is exceptionally well qualified for their respective position, and each, I expect, will receive bipartisan support here on the floor.
Priceline. Every trip is a big deal.
Budget and her life.
Who you need. Download the app and start your...
Ain't no use, Flint. That kind of thing a man's got to find out for himself, and you might...
Deeper. She sure gets a lot of air in there, doesn't she? Hey, Kraus.
And that was going to be a prime...
To find a way to hide.
Calling another medical expert, Dr. Jonathan Rich, an expert in cardiology, determined Floyd died because of the officer's actions.
Do you have an opinion as to whether George Floyd would have lived if not for Mr. Chauvin's subdual and restraint of him for 9 minutes and 29 seconds on the ground?
Yes, I believe he would have lived.
Again, Chauvin's attorney tried to get the doctor to admit there were other possibilities for Floyd's death, such as drugs or heart disease, and one more thing, Floyd's own actions.
If Mr. Floyd had simply gotten in the back seat of the squad car, do you think that he would have survived?
Had he not been restrained in the way in which he was, I think he would have survived that day.
The prosecution is expected to rest soon. Then it will be the defense's turn to try and unravel the prosecution's case with their own witnesses. Now, we should tell you that there has been an announcement by Chief Arredondo here in Minneapolis that it is going to go, the city, into phase 3 of Operation Safety Net, which basically means the city is going to lock down. And that is because of the other shooting that you heard from our reporter Adrian Brodus there of Daunte Wright. But that is going to happen starting tonight. They were going to put it into phase 3 with the most visible amount of law enforcement in the streets, as the jury was supposed to be deliberating in the particular Derek Chauvin case. But now they have fast-forwarded it and started that now because of what happened in an adjoining city. I should also mention that we also heard from another use of force expert who testified yet again for the prosecution that indeed it was not necessary to use the kind of force that was used on George Floyd by Derek Chauvin and the other officers.
Sarah Seidner in Minneapolis for us. Thank you so much. And CNN legal analyst Jennifer Rogers joins us now. Jennifer, today we heard from George
at rallies again.
And they have stepped up behind my employees and have supported us. But
Later in the video, we can see Daunte Wright, who has just been shot 6 feet away. Police say he drove for another few blocks before the vehicle crashed. Daunte Wright was found dead at the scene. The officer seen on that body cam video shooting Daunte Wright has been placed on administrative leave pending a full investigation. Her identity has not yet been revealed. Last night, large crowds gathered in front of the Brooklyn Center Police Department. A curfew was swiftly imposed and the National Guard was mobilized to the scene. Scenes of looting described near the Brooklyn Center Police Department area. Rocks and other objects were thrown at the building. And there were reports of shots fired nearby, according to John Harrington, Commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. Officers deployed rubber bullets, tear gas, and flashbangs. The reckoning over race and policing still clearly in its early stages in America. Joining our conversation, Yamiche Alcindor, PBS NewsHour White House correspondent and an MSNBC contributor, Claire McCaskill and David Henderson are also still here. Claire, I don't think anyone will ever get numb to seeing this. I know from watching the George Floyd trial that every single time the video is played, you're so aware that you're watching a man crying for his mom in his final minutes on this planet. And again, with this video, you are watching a deadly shot fired. So I guess my question is, wherever this leads, young black men are paying with their lives for this huge problem that, despite people pouring into the street day after day after day for many months after George Floyd's death last year, we don't appear to have made much progress on.
Yeah, it is heartbreaking, and it is, there's so many questions that video brings up in my mind as a former prosecutor. He appeared to be totally compliant. He got out of the car, put his hands behind his back, and then there was some talk about a warrant. What was the warrant for? Was it for anything serious or dangerous? If it turns out that warrant was for something that was a property crime or something that was even less serious than a property crime, then what are they doing? Why is this escalation happening? It really calls for retraining of police officers around the issue of escalation and de-escalation. And I understand police officers have to make split-second decisions that sometimes can cost them their lives if they make the wrong one. But this instance where this young man got out of the car, clearly if he had intended to get a gun and harm them, he would have done that before he got out of the car. So it is really, really heartbreaking, and we've got so much work to do on this. I know everyone's focused on it in the Biden administration, and I think the new Attorney General is too.
Yamiche, on that front, what's the reaction today from the White House?
Well, President Biden said that he had seen this video and that it was troubling, and that he is waiting to see what the investigation yields. He said that he's praying for this family, hasn't reached out to the family yet. But the White House, on a bigger note, also says that they're pushing to get this George Floyd Justice and Policing Act through Congress. So they're saying that they're very, very focused on policing, very, very focused on trying to solve this issue. But I have to tell you, Nicole, in watching this video of Daunte Wright, a 20-year-old being shot by this police officer, it is the nightmare that America and especially African Americans in this country, are living and experiencing over and over and over again. This shooting reminds me so much of the shooting of Officer Grant that was on New Year's Day in 2009, where a police officer shot that young man in California on a train station. That police officer served about 11 months in prison. I interviewed the family of Oscar Grant and his children. To this day, when they see police officers, they duck because they are so traumatized by what happened to Oscar Grant. And here we are again, watching another young man lose his life. In this trial, we've watched George Floyd die over and over again from so many different angles. And here we are again now having to watch another person die. I just think that there is, of course, this robust conversation happening about what the change needs to be. But there are just people traumatized all over this country, some of them taking to the streets, but some of them crying, some of them young children that are having to watch this. And I think that also needs to be a big part of this conversation that I think is a harder thing to solve, because we as a nation are just, I think, personally, and talking to the people, tired of watching Black people die at the hands of police on video in this way. It's almost unbearable. It's devastating at this point.
David, you misuse the word unbearable. It is unbearable, and if insanity is doing the same thing over and over, we as a country are certifiable.
Yeah, Nicole, violent intentions lead to violent problems. I say that because even if you accept what the police chief says, he claims this is an accident, it occurs in the context of people trying to force individuals to submit. It's difficult for me because as I watch this video, sitting here right now, I can think of 3 times I've been forced to get out of my vehicle for a minor traffic stop that didn't even result in a ticket. I've been stopped many more times than that, but 3 times I've been ordered out of my car. And the way the police officers tend to behave, if you don't comply quickly enough, if you don't move fast enough, if you ask any questions, they respond with violence. That's what links George Floyd's case to the lieutenant in Virginia, to the case that we're discussing right now. And so these violent intentions, the police resort to violence too quickly, and when they use violence, they use far too much of it. I know we hear the argument all the time that they have to make split-second decisions, but it occurs so infrequently. At some level, we're going to have to re-examine why these things keep occurring and why we keep allowing it to happen, because it reminds me most of something one of the witnesses in George Floyd's case said, and that was Mr. McMillan yelled at him when he was cuffed. You can't win. And if people truly believe that, that's when society starts to combust, and it's up on leadership to make sure that they provide people with hope by ensuring that justice will be served.
The restraint period was over.
After the restraint period was over, yes, the defendant left the position where he had been during the restraint and walked back, I believe, to the squad, the police vehicle, walking by several of the bystanders, not really interacting with them, but just walking by them or near them. And then once in his vehicle, he interacted with, I believe, the same bystander we had discussed earlier, Charles McMillan, apologies.
And do you recall, in reviewing this matter, reviewing a statement that the defendant made to Charles McMillan explaining his use of force upon Mr. Floyd to Mr. McMillan?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what the defendant's explanation for his force level was?
So this, of course, will not be an exact quotation, but it was something akin to describing Mr. Floyd as a pretty big guy, possibly under the influence or on drugs, and that officers needed to keep control over him.
And what is your assessment of this explanation? Does it justify the level of force based on the defendant's explanation to Mr. McMillan that was used on Mr. Floyd that day?
All of those individual statements are true. Mr. Floyd was a large individual, and there was, as we've discussed, ample reason to suggest to a reasonable officer that he may be impaired by alcohol or drugs. But no, officers in this situation, and a reasonable officer would have perceived in this situation, that they could maintain control of him without putting a knee on his neck or keeping him in that prone position.
Is there a national recognized standard for police officers with respect to the duty to render aid and preserve life?
Yes.
It has long and rather loudly been said that the sanctity of human life is the highest priority in policing. That's absolutely generally accepted in policing.
And what does that include? What does that mean in practice?
It has a couple of different implications, one of which regard to the use of force itself, the second of which is the duty to assist or render aid to the extent that the officer has the ability and equipment to do so when individuals are in medical distress.
What if the officer doesn't believe the person who's reporting to be in medical distress?
Officers are not paramedics, they're not EMTs, they're not medical diagnosticians, they're not doctors. The person may be lying, but officers have a duty to respond to the situation as it appears. They cannot take for granted, just because some people lie to the police about medical distress, that everyone they're interacting with, or that any one in particular person they're interacting with, is lying about being in medical distress. You have to take that seriously.
And what facts and circumstances does a reasonable officer take into account when determining whether or not they should render medical aid?
A whole range of factors. What someone is saying, how they are saying it, observations by other people. In this case, in the clips, you hear bystanders identifying that Mr. Floyd is not responsive, for example, or may not be breathing. So whether the reasonable officer is really paying close attention to Mr. Floyd, or whether the reasonable officer is really paying closer attention to the crowd, the point is the same. The evidence is suggesting that there is medical distress here. Of course, you also look at the individual's behavior. So in this case, you can not only hear Mr. Floyd saying that he can't breathe, but you hear the change in his voice, as we discussed. You hear him stop talking. You see him stop moving, and the reasonable officer here would have been aware that at one point he no longer had a pulse. All of those individually are indicators of medical distress, and as you look at them comprehensively in order, it's signs of increasing medical distress.
Then, Professor, I'd like to go to the last stage of your four-part analysis, and that is to determine whether officers' actions are appropriate, proportional, and reasonable. And I'd like you to now please share with the jury what conclusions that you have reached regarding the use of force by the defendant on Mr. Floyd. So I'm going to ask you first, you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty as to whether the type of force used by the defendant on George Floyd on May 25, 2020 constituted deadly force.
I do, yes.
What is that opinion?
That it did. The use of force had the foreseeable effect and a substantial likelihood of resulting in death or great bodily harm.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty as to whether the type of force used by the defendant on George Floyd on May 25, 2020 was reasonable as viewed by a reasonable police officer on the scene?
I do have such an opinion, yes.
What is that opinion?
Both the knee across Mr. Floyd's neck and the prone restraint were unreasonable, excessive, and contrary to generally accepted police practices.
When, in your opinion, did the unreasonable force begin?
When Mr. Floyd was initially put into the prone restraint position and when the defendant's knee was placed onto his neck.
And when did it end?
When the defendant's knee was lifted off of Mr. Floyd and he was taken out of the prone restraint position. When the defendant's knee was lifted off of Mr. Floyd and he was taken out of the prone restraint position.
Do you have an opinion to a degree of reasonable professional certainty as to whether defendant's use of force whereby he restrained Mr. Floyd in that prone position for 9 minutes and 29 seconds on May 25, 2020 was reasonable as viewed by a reasonable police officer on the scene?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
No reasonable officer would have believed that that was an appropriate, acceptable, or reasonable use of force.
And was the force, was the force unreasonable as it started and as it ended?
From the time it was initiated and throughout its duration, yes.
And finally, do you have an opinion to a degree of reasonable professional certainty as to whether the defendant appropriately rendered medical aid to Mr. George Floyd on May 25, 2020 in accordance with generally accepted police practices?
I do, yes.
And what is that opinion?
The failure to render aid to Mr. Floyd, both by taking him out of the prone position and by rendering aid as his increasing medical distress became obvious, was unreasonable and contrary to generally accepted police practices.
Thank you very much, Professor Stoughton. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson.
Adjustable base when you spend $6.99 on ceiling. Pizza.
Introducing the all-new partner plan from Nutrisin.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. Mr. Stoughton, correct?
Stoughton, yes.
Okay.
Nobody gets it right, so I won't take it personally.
All right. So, Mr. Stoughton, you testified that you were a police officer for approximately 5 years before going into
A reservist for another 6 months, and was an investigator before ultimately going to law school and taking an academic route, yes.
Okay. And you analyzed this case principally from an academic standpoint, correct?
I would not describe it as academic. No, I would describe it as the professional standards for policing.
Okay. And the Graham versus Connor standard that you've discussed, I mean, there's more to it than just those three factors, agreed?
The Graham v. Connor standard is the Fourth Amendment standard, yes. There's more to Graham v. Connor, and there's more to the professional standard than just Graham v. Connor.
And that would include that the analysis of an officer's use of force is viewed from the totality of the circumstances, correct?
As viewed through the lens of a reasonable officer, yes.
So it's not just 14 10-second clips, it's the totality of the circumstances viewed through that lens, agreed?
Yes.
And in fact, one of the standards that Graham versus Connor establishes is that shouldn't be viewed from the 20/20 lens of hindsight, right?
The 20/20 lens of hindsight is an admonition to not rely on evidence that was not available to officers at the time. It's part of the reasonable officer on the scene standard. It, of course, doesn't mean that we can't evaluate an officer's use of force after the fact.
Understood. But the information, what we look at is the information that was available to the officer on scene at the time based on the reasonable officer standard, right?
Not exactly. It's the information that was available to a reasonable officer at the time, not the information that the individual officer had.
Understood. So we look at it from a broader lens than just the officer that was actually on scene, right?
An objective lens, yes.
Right. And that includes all of the things that would be known to a reasonable police officer on the scene.
Yes.
All right. So you described your kind of four-prong approach to the analysis of this particular case. Same approach you take in every review you've done, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, you focused the majority of, as I understood, the majority of your testimony, your direct testimony, on the third and fourth prongs of that analysis. Would you agree with that?
No, I would describe most of my testimony as being about the second and third prongs, whether Mr. Floyd presented any threat, and if so, how much, and the risk factors to Mr. Floyd, the foreseeable effects of force.
Okay. I apologize. You're right, the second and third. The fourth being the generally accepted police practices, right?
Yes.
All right. So let's start kind of from the beginning. One of the things that a reasonable police officer is entitled to do is rely on his or her training. Agreed?
In part, an officer is not entitled under that professional standard to rely on training that's unreasonable. So the training has to be consistent with generally accepted police practices.
But if the training is based upon generally accepted police practices, a reasonable officer is entitled to rely on his or her training. Agreed?
I'm not entirely sure what you mean by entitled to. I'm analyzing whether an officer's actions are consistent with those generally accepted police practices. So if the training is consistent and the officer's behavior is consistent, then yes, but I'm not quite sure what you mean by entitled.
When an officer approaches any use of force or any arrest, one of the things that a reasonable police officer takes into consideration is his or her training. And provided that that training is based upon generally accepted police practices, they can rely on their training in assessing the risk, the threat, all of the things that you've discussed. Agreed?
I think you're asking two different questions. So one question is, what does an officer rely on? And the second is, how does that factor into the analysis of an officer's actions? And those are very different questions.
Okay. So let's answer them one by one.
Sure.
Starting with the first. How would you answer the first?
Yes, officers generally rely on their training. At least I certainly hope that's the case.
And that also factors into the analysis, correct?
No. I'm not assessing an officer and whether they satisfied their training standards. I'm looking at whether they satisfied generally accepted police practices. So from my purposes, it's irrelevant whether an officer is doing what they were trained to do or what they were not trained to do, because I'm looking at professional norms that we expect.
Fair enough. Okay. Now, when an officer, let's kind of...
Professional norms that we expect.
Fair enough. Okay. Now, when an officer, let's kind of look at those second and third prongs step by step a little bit again. You testified that when an officer, a reasonable officer, is allowed to take into consideration what information they would have received before the use of force began. Agreed?
Yes.
And in this particular case, you understand that Officer Chauvin was initially dispatched to this offense, correct?
Yes.
That dispatch was subsequently canceled, correct?
Yes.
That a second set of officers responded or took over the call, so to speak, correct?
Yes.
And that Officer Chauvin, without the other officers on scene, was dispatched in an emergent state. Agreed?
Explain the last part, I'm sorry.
The officers on the scene did not request backup. A dispatcher made the determination that these officers needed assistance, correct?
Well, offhand, I don't remember exactly the justification for the response, but I will accept that if that's your representation.
And ultimately, so if an officer is canceled from a call, but then in an emergent situation, that's going to give a reasonable police officer a heightened sense of awareness as they respond to that call. Agreed?
It depends on what information is provided to the officer and the reason they're responding, whether they're responding code 3, lights and sirens, or not. I would say it can, but I'm not aware of any facts and circumstances that would apply in this case.
So in this particular case, after Officers King and Lane initially responded to the call, dispatch sent Officer Chauvin and Officer Tao code 3 to the scene. You don't recall that?
I would have to review the materials, but again, I will accept your representation of that.
And ultimately, it was then because they were taking somebody out of the car, correct? Implying that a reasonable officer would know that someone was being removed from the car for some reason, right?
Yes, and I recall that now, thank you.
And an officer would have that, a reasonable officer, if we can take what they would know before the use of force into consideration, would know that fact.
Yes, a reasonable officer would have known that at some point prior, officers removed Mr. Floyd from the vehicle,
and
from a vehicle.
One of the factors that you discussed in terms of the Graham v. Connor standard was the severity of the crime they were responding to, right?
Yes.
And
with our world lead and an apparent act of sabotage, the Iranian government is time in these communities that are managing this crisis to learn more.
That we can deliver, both in the humanitarian.
We're struggling with an individual, resulting in dispatch stepping up 2 additional officers code 3 that would at least imply that there was something more serious than just a counterfeiting, correct?
No, not necessarily. In this case, they were taking Mr. Floyd out of the vehicle for the counterfeiting.
Resulting in a dispatcher stepping up the call to code 3.
Yes.
And so, again, reasonable police officers, in addition to relying on their training, provided it meets professional standards, they also can rely on their experiences, right?
With the same caveats, yes.
Provided that those prior experiences meet with professional standards.
Right. Again, there's a difference between what an officer is relying on and whether their behavior meets the generally accepted police practices.
And so one of those types of issues that a police officer may have experienced is perhaps people don't like to be arrested, right?
That is not uncommon.
Right. And that people who are being arrested sometimes feign illness or feign some medical emergency in order to avoid being arrested. Agreed?
So officers would know that when they get someone medical attention and it turns out that a qualified medical provider can say there's nothing here.
Or that the person's, behaviors change, right? They say, I'm having a heart attack, but then their behaviors are inconsistent with their words. They start doing jumping jacks or something.
I've never seen that.
So it's also, again, based on an officer's experience. It would be reasonable police officers may experience one suspect in a car disrupting the police intervention to assist other people in the car from avoiding apprehension. Have you seen that?
Well, I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Sure. There would be, again, based on a reasonable police officer standards, or a reasonable police officer's experience, that one person who's being detained by police may obstruct that police intervention to sort of protect or hide information about his or her passengers.
That the individual who is being detained may
resist or obstruct in order to prevent his or her friends from being searched or identified.
I suppose, at least in theory, that's possible. In this case, it's not clear that a reasonable officer in the defendant's position would have been aware that there were passengers.
Well, you said you spent 120 to 130 hours reviewing the body cameras, correct?
Yeah, something like that.
And you are aware where Officer Chauvin,
materials, of course.
And you're aware of where Officer Chauvin and Officer Officer Towell parked their vehicle, right?
Yes.
And you were aware, based on the materials, that an additional squad car was there from the Minneapolis Park Police, correct?
Yes.
And that officer, where they were parked, was essentially across the street from each other at the point that Officer Chauvin arrived. Agreed?
Yes, there were several cars on that street. What I'm saying is I'm not sure what a reasonable officer in Officer Chauvin's position would have known about events that occurred on scene prior to his arrival.
He would know that other officers also responded, correct?
Yes.
And based on the dispatch, we know that Squad 830 from the Minneapolis Park Police arrived.
Yes.
Right? And when he arrived, he would be able to look across the street, see that park police officer engaged with and doing whatever he's doing, presumably.
Presumably, if he looked across the street and saw that, I don't know what the officer was doing at the time or what.
An officer has to be attuned to his or her circumstances and surroundings. Agreed?
Yes.
A reasonable police officer has to have a particular situational awareness, right? A reasonable police officer has to have a particular situational awareness, right?
Yeah, yes, I wouldn't say a particular one. I would say a general situational awareness, absolutely.
Right, and so when Officer Chauvin arrived, if he parked directly across the street from another squad car and was aware based on dispatch that another squad car was in fact present, a reasonable officer would be generally aware of what all officers are doing, right?
No, a reasonable officer who arrives without more specific information would not know whether that park police officer is talking to other witnesses about the counterfeiting call or other suspects or passengers in the vehicle that Mr. Floyd was taken out of. Just seeing an officer interact with someone does not provide nearly enough context to understand, well, the context of that interaction.
And so a reasonable officer would never take into consideration that other officer, even if it were another citizen, in terms of, again, the use of force, that other officer becomes unavailable to assist him based on what he or she is doing.
Objection made and
Overruled. The officer would, I'm sorry, can you ask that again, please?
A reasonable police officer arrives on scene, right? He looks to his left and he sees an officer talking to two citizens. He looks to his right and he sees two officers struggling with an individual, or having a point of contention, I believe you called it, with an individual, right?
At the point where he arrived, I wouldn't call him struggling, but yes.
Right. But he observes that there is obviously something that's a little bit more serious going on here, right?
Yes, at least they have one individual in custody there, or in handcuffs, yes.
Right. And the reasonable police officer would know that other officer who's all the way across the street is not going to be as much of an assistance as he could potentially be as he's approaching the...
Yes, if I understand your question, yes, as the officer arrives there, he is in a better position to offer immediate assistance to the officers interacting with the handcuffed individual than an officer who is talking to whomever.
And a reasonable police officer will assess a person's words in the context of their actions. Agreed?
I would say assess both their words and their actions, yes.
And if someone is saying, I'm going to cooperate, I'm going to cooperate, I'm going to cooperate, that's what they're saying, their words are saying, but their actions are not cooperative, right? What is an officer to do in that situation? Just automatically believe that they're going to sometime cooperate?
I think it depends on the situation. No, I don't think an officer has to assume that this person will, at some future point, comply.
And in fact, an officer, again, is entitled to use force under these national standards greater than the force or greater than to overcome the suspect's actions. Agreed?
So I really don't like greater. Sometimes I hear that formulation, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. If someone is running away, what is force greater than running away? I would say that an officer has to use or can use force that is proportional and reasonable to address an individual's non-compliance or resistance, assuming, of course, that they have legal authority to do so.
Right. And how it is frequently described.
He'll still help us paint, right?
We've got...
And we're having conversations that are richer. I have now a closer relationship with my grandfather.
In an effort to overcome that resistance, right?
Are you asking me about the MPD training material specifically?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond scope.
Sidebar.
We are watching the defense cross-examine the prosecution's final witness. I'm going to bring in our experts. It seems to me, Claire McCaskill, I'm speaking to the former prosecutor and you, that this is a debate over what the definition of reasonable is. Is that what he's trying to sort of reveal to the jury?
He is. And this is really a bad witness for him to cross-examine to this extent. This is a smart expert who understands this material like the back of his hand. This expert on the use of excessive force is not going to be tricked into or convinced to answer a question that gives the jury any room to see that somehow what this officer did was reasonable. It's like I said the other day, I don't get the defense strategy when you have a really good witness against you Sometimes it's best to cut your losses and move on. I mean, they're getting ready to begin their case. Yeah. I'm not sure what he's gaining by trying to semantically maneuver this witness into a place where the witness is going to refuse to go.
Well, and David, the defense has gotten themselves in this situation before with the earliest witnesses. The bystanders were on cross-examination. They said some of the most devastating things about the defendant.
That's exactly right, Nicole. And I think basically what it comes down to is if you're talking about someone who has a lot of strong emotional content that they're going to communicate, and that's true for every single one of those bystanders, or if you have someone like an expert witness who's sophisticated, this guy's a law school professor, you're not going to my cousin Benny him into saying something, right? Typically the best approach is to listen to something that they say and build on what they are already telling you. And I agree with Claire, if they don't give you anything at all, move on because they're only going to make you look bad. But lawyers have a really hard time admitting when they just can't make a point they want to make, and I think that's what you're seeing from the defense here.
Forrester ever. Ice-T, Stone Cold, calling on it.
It's not a small problem. People are exhausted. We see staff not coming to work because they may have COVID. They are not so sick, they are not hospitalized, but they have symptoms, they stay home even with the potential one dose.
And the weeks ahead will be more gut-wrenching still. Many provinces are now locking down and triaging and transferring patients, activating surge capacity in its healthcare system that is now under threat of COVID-19 like never before.
And Jake, look, this is a problem. You have to rewind decades to really get to the heart of this problem, but that doesn't let the Trudeau government off the hook. They've been in power for more than 5 years. They heard the dire predictions. This country for decades had a competitive advantage in making vaccines. The research was right here. But look, Canadians will now pay for that complacency. Trudeau promises that domestic manufacturing will ramp up next year. Jake, you and I both know it's just too late at this point in time. This third wave is punishing. I am speaking to doctors, especially in the hotspot of Toronto. You know, Jake, they are letting people into the sick children's hospital, adults, in order to be able to treat them for COVID. A lot of things to talk about here, including the fact that even though the dire predictions were there, no government acted for decades on the vaccine rollout.
Yeah, it's a real failure by the Trudeau Brooklyn Center. Authorities say Daunte Wright was shot after an accidental discharge from an officer. Jacob Sosno joining us from the Now Desk with more on the story. Hey, Jacob.
Yeah, hey there, Sam. Brooklyn Center police are shedding new light about the shooting that left 20-year-old Daunte Wright dead. Police Chief Tim Gannon says the officer shot Wright by accident, saying that officer thought she was firing a taser and not her gun. Authorities also released body camera footage of the shooting today, less than 24 hours after it took place. Now, Gannon says it's part of an effort to be transparent. The shooting happened yesterday afternoon after police pulled Wright over for expired registration tags, and the officers found out he had a warrant out for his arrest.
I felt the community needed to know what happened. They needed to see it. I needed to be transparent, and I want to be forthright. I due respect to Daunte as well.
Now, to see the full body camera video, that I must warn you, it is graphic. You can see it on our website or on the Dakota News Now app. Just search Minnesota Officer. Live from the Now Desk, Jacob Sosno, Dakota News Now.
Thanks, Jacob. As tension builds in Brooklyn Center, about 10 miles from where George Floyd died last summer, the Derek Chauvin murder trial begins week 3 of testimony, with testimony from the Floyd family, as the prosecution is expected to rest its case early in the week. NBC's Jay Gray is following the trial and has continuing coverage for us here for us.
Barricades and officers surround the Brooklyn Center Police Department. A day after anger and violence spilled into the streets of the Minneapolis suburb, hundreds responding to the fatal shooting of 20-year-old Daunte Wright by a police officer. Today, the city releasing body cam video from the incident. A warning, these images may be disturbing. Investigators say the video shows Wright trying to get away during a traffic stop. The police chief telling the community his officer made a deadly mistake.
It is my belief that the officer had the intention to deploy their taser, but instead shot Mr. Wright with a single bullet.
Wright was killed about 10 miles from the intersection where George Floyd died. The tension surrounding the new incident framing what was a pivotal day in the courtroom to begin week 3 of the Derek Chauvin murder trial.
Me and George, we grew up together.
With pictures from his life entered as evidence, Floyd's brother shares memories and the pain of his family's loss.
That's my mother. She's no longer with us right now, but that's my oldest brother, George. I miss both of them.
The emotional testimony, part of what's expected to be the closing day for prosecutors, that includes a cardiologist.
I believe that Mr. George Floyd's death was absolutely preventable.
And an expert on use of force. The high-profile case now set to take a dramatic shift, with the defense getting their turn with the jury. Jay Gray, NBC News, Minneapolis.
We turn now to meteorologist Tyler Brunny for a check of our first alert forecast. And Tyler, this weekend started off really beautiful, but we felt that wind come in, and it's still here for the most part.
Yeah, that cold front came through, Sam, and it really did a number, not only to our temperatures, but that wind, that really picked up yesterday.
Robbery, which he was let out with no bail, just on his own reconnaissance. So when he was pulled over, you got to bring someone like that in, obviously. He resisted. You never should resist at all. In a case like that, a scuffle ensued, and despite good training, she pulled the wrong weapon, and horrible tragedy, and she should pay the price for that. But the facts are very important in this case, and also all of these police officer-involved shooting case. Police officers kill twice as many whites as they kill blacks. 400 white Americans killed by police each year, 200 black Americans. And those are mostly armed. When you go unarmed people, again, more whites killed that are unarmed than blacks unarmed. In terms of interracial violence, very, very small. 16% of white victims of homicides killed by blacks, just 8% of black homicide victims killed by whites. It's mostly the races just kind of killing their own. And in that case, 7,000 black homicides each year. 90% of those, other blacks are the assailants. And 50% of those cases, the assailant knows the victim. It's a big issue here. So when you see a story like this, you have to think, what is the media selling? They're selling racism. You don't have to buy that story that they're selling. And that's why it's important for everybody to know these facts, because the media hides these facts from you, so you're not as good of a customer for their racism sales. And that's
and everybody's silent because they are all part and parcel with him on it.
Yeah, I mean, Carol, I think we've spent a lot of our time talking about this as a security story. And I think the next step of this is talking about the Republicans as a fill-in-the-blank to our domestic security. Are they a gateway to extremism? Are they playing footsie with extremists? Or are they explicitly greenlighting a lie that is in the text of the DVE warning that the Department of Homeland Security and law enforcement issued at the beginning of the year?
Such a good question, Nicole. And, you know, as we watch this, Tim's points are so well taken. As we watch this, I'm reminded of a group of kids that have like a big brother figure they look up to and they're also afraid of, and they agreed to help start a little fire at the campfire, and then it got out of control, and then they actually can't put it out. The fire that was lit in the spring and the summer 2020 was Donald Trump tweeting election would be rigged if he lost it. And the Republicans continued to echo that. But now here's the fire. They have a ton of voters in their districts who believe what they had been saying since the summer of 2020. Imagine that. And it's hard for them to see how they get reelected and keep their jobs unless they continue to play into this. It's fascinating because there is nobody more Republican than Mitch McConnell, right? There's nobody more Republican than Bill Barr in terms of upward support this party. And both of them are on the record saying this election was not rigged. There is no evidence of fraud. But they're drowned out by, those kids that started the fire at the campfire in the summer.
Put Mr. Floyd in the prone position at all, period, correct?
Yes, at that point, he did not present a threat to the officers or their interests. He did not present a threat of escape. The officers used some amount of force to put him into the car, and I have no issue with that. But putting him in the prone position, especially on the street side of the car, was unreasonable and excessive and contrary to generally accepted police practices.
Reasonable minds can disagree, agreed?
On this particular point, no.
Okay, so Sergeant Steiger, who testified earlier, did you have an opportunity to review his testimony?
I believe yes, I did.
And so his assessment that it was reasonable for the officers to use the prone position in that time, at that time, you would disagree with him?
I disagree. I think putting someone prone is unreasonable there. They are already handcuffed. The prone position is a transitory position used to restrain someone, handcuffs, or I suppose hobbles. In this case, officers took Mr. Floyd out of the car, put him on his knees, and then put him onto his side. And again, if they had stopped there, I would not have any quibble with their actions.
Now, you testified that you described the prone position as transitory in nature.
It is, yes, for 30 years or so, it's been generally accepted that that is a transitory position for the purposes of handcuffing or securing.
Are there ever situations where officers would keep a person in the prone position longer than a transitory nature?
There shouldn't be. The putting someone in the recovery position is literally a matter of rotating them 90 degrees onto their side. Officers can maintain as much or almost as much control over the individual. So while I suppose it's hypothetically possible, you know, if there's, I don't know, if gunfire breaks out and the officers are laying on someone to protect them with their body, maybe, but certainly not in this case.
So in your academic endeavors, you submitted a opinion piece to the Washington Post. Do you recall that?
It was specific to this case. I have, I don't know, close to 30 op-eds at this point, so.
On May 29th of 2020, an article appeared in the Washington Post, authored by Seth Stoughton, that's you, right?
Stoughton, but yes.
Stoughton, sorry.
That's all right.
Jeffrey Noble, that's the person you wrote the book with, right?
Yes, one of the two individuals.
Yep. And Jeffrey Alpert, right?
The other co-author of the book, yes.
And so you wrote officers might need to hold someone down in the prone position, but they should do so by putting their shin across the subject's upper back, not the neck. Do you disagree with that?
Overruled. Are you asking me if I wrote that?
Correct.
I did, yes, referring to handcuffing.
Pressing on someone's neck risks damaging the cervical spine or breaking the hyoid bone, which can be fatal.
Yes.
And this was an opinion that you had formulated. Your opinion piece was from 4 days after this incident?
That, yes, it was based on the review, as I think I write in the first or second paragraph, the opinion, the limited information that was available at that time.
Right. And so at that point, it's fair to say that you had already formed the opinion based on that limited information that this was an unreasonable use of force.
I think it's fair to say that I had formed the opinion that putting your knee across someone's neck, except in absolutely unbelievably rare circumstances, is generally an inappropriate use of force. This is an application of that generally accepted practice. Of course, as I reviewed all of the materials in this case, some of the opinions that I discussed at the bottom of that op-ed changed, and this was not one of them. The additional information confirmed that the knee across the neck was inappropriate and that the prone restraint was inappropriate.
Was the knee, in your opinion, across the neck throughout the entire 9 minutes and 29 seconds?
From my perspective, that's irrelevant. The knee should never be on the neck. It was certainly on the neck for a majority of the time, even if it was moved off of the neck at certain points.
Were you able to somehow determine the amount of pressure that was applied to Mr. Floyd's neck?
Not with any specificity, of course. There are some indicators that it was a substantial amount of body weight, but I can't tell you exactly how many pounds. For example, the positioning of the defendant's hips forward and over the left leg, the position of the defendant's shoulders, as opposed to being back in sort of a squat position where you'd be resting on your feet, it was forward, indicating more weight on the front towards the knee.
And at times it was to the right, correct?
Yeah, I think his hips, or not his hips, excuse me, his right shoulder dipped at some point. I'm unable to say what effect that had on the weight on his left knee.
To make the case that the Republicans are a post-fact movement, that they're impervious to new information, data, and facts, whether it's the election, in some cases the COVID vaccine, but certainly the fact that what he laid out there couldn't be pierced by data or information or reporting, the fact that Rudy Giuliani couldn't present any evidence, the fact that Bill Barr couldn't find any, the fact that Mitch McConnell stood on the floor of the Senate on the day of the Electoral College count and said there wasn't any fraud. This
is the 2021 ES250 all-wheel drive for $330.
These jurors were sitting on the edge of their seats, empathizing with the people taking the stand, and you saw a little bit more of that today when Floyd took the stand. As we were speaking about, this humanizes this case as a reminder of, amid all this expert testimony, a lot of times using this big legal jargon and big police jargon, now you are reminded of someone at the center of this, and that at the end of the day is something that at least prosecutors hope jurors are going to be able to empathize with as we get closer to the point where they'll be deliberating over a verdict.
Natalie, you wanted to make a point. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I just wanted to say that, you know, with Thelonious Floyd and his family, a lot of the stories that he said on the stand, he's also told us in real life. So these are stories that meant a lot to him that he really wanted the jury to hear.
Yeah, he certainly did. You know, Captain Johnson, we've also now seen that body camera video from this fatal police shooting just a few miles from where Chauvin is being tried. The police chief says this was accidental. How does an officer confuse a gun with a taser?
I just don't see how that happens. You know, a few years ago, there was an incident similar to that. Then they began to put the taser on the opposite side, reverse holster type. And so it's hard to see how that could happen with all the training that we've had over the years. And that video was hard to watch. You know, I think we just have to, police officers have to know that their aggression has to be the same. And we see this in our country when it comes to people of color, that the aggression seems to be higher and the adrenaline is just out of the box. And we've got to address that and get to know each other and humanize each other is what we saw today in the George Floyd trial with his brother.
It's so heartbreaking when you see that video. Elliot, the 20-year-old Daunte Wright, he was pulled over. The police say it was for an expired registration. Wright's mother says it was because he had an air freshener on his rear view mirror. It seems he was totally unarmed. What stands out to you from how quickly this has all escalated? Because there's a lot of tension in that area right now.
Well, what stands out to me is how exhausting it is that these minor offenses continually or consistently becoming death sentences for individuals and typically unarmed black men. You know, it brings us back to Eric Garner, it brings us back to George Floyd, and here we are again just a few miles away where the dangling of air fresheners, the capital offense thereof, ends with someone dead. And while certainly if this ever comes to criminal charges or whatever, was it reasonable or an accident or so on, take away the legal question and just think about the humanity of black people and as they are caught in these encounters with law enforcement. That to me is what stands out. We're here again. We will be here again, and I think we'll be here again after that. But it's exhausting, to be perfectly candid.
Certainly is. You know, the police chief, Captain Johnson, said the officer was a very senior police officer. What questions do you have about this officer's training?
Yeah, I would look back and see when the last time they had training on the use of tasers, and also with in reference to how they're on their holster and what kind of training they had. You know, one thing I will say is that I would caution, sorry announcing that this was an accident. I think we just would say, let's go on our investigation. I think because the citizens and the public believe, if you immediately say that, what are you saying to us? So, so let's go ahead and do our investigation and make sure that it's fair to both sides. But yes, training is going to be extremely important in this matter.
All right, everybody.
But it is exhausting.
Everybody, thanks very much. There's some breaking news coming into the Situation Room right now. I want to get an update, a school shooting, yet another school shooting, this time in Knoxville, Tennessee. Seeing as Nick Valencia is working the story for us. You're learning some new details. Nick, what are you learning?
That's right, Wolf. As you put it, yet another school shooting in the United States, this time in the Knoxville area of Tennessee. And preliminary reports that are coming into CNN indicate that this shooting happened at around 3:50 Eastern, and multiple people have been shot, including a Knoxville Police Department officer who has since been transported to the hospital. Here's what we know. Police say that there's no early information right now on the other victims. I mentioned that is multiple victims. We don't know any information about the shooter either at this point. But less than an hour ago, the Knox County superintendent tweeted a statement saying that the school building is secure and that it is safe for parents to return to the high school to start reuniting with their children there. Parents and guardians are encouraged to go to the high school right now. Video from the scene shows what appears to be a very crowded scene with emergency responder vehicles, first responder vehicles. It appears to be very active, but as I mentioned, that superintendent tweeting that the building is secure. We are standing by for an afternoon press conference from Tennessee Governor Bill Lee to get more updated information, but preliminary information coming into CNN will indicating that multiple people have been shot at the Austin East Magnet High School in Knoxville, Tennessee. Wolf.
Yet another school shooting here in the United States. Nick Valencia, thanks very much. We'll stay in close touch with you. Coming up, there are new developments in the case of an active duty U.S. Army officer, a man of color, who was pepper sprayed by police during a traffic stop. He's now suing. We're going to talk about that with the head of the NAACP. Plus, the United States now sets a one-day record for COVID vaccinations, but the coronavirus cases are still climbing. Dr. Anthony Fauci is standing by live. We will discuss all the late-breaking pandemic news. That's coming up.
We warned you.
It looks like the Clarks are starving.
The regulatory aspects, and that ready.
Even before Speaker Pelosi lost ground in the House.
Would like to insult you because you've been away for a week, but I also want to make a really good point. So I'm going to say that your hair might qualify as infrastructure. It needs
the money involved. The only other way is to go about it at a grassroots level, and that's person to person with empathy and not yelling at people. And that's what I see some members of Congress doing, which is great. It's just, it tends to be fairly quiet, and they are small in numbers.
Is placed prone on the ground. Do you observe him continue to kick his back legs?
Are you talking about as he is brought down to the ground?
Yep, initially.
So there's one movement that's captured on, I believe, Officer King's and Officer Tao's body cameras that looks to me as if Officer Lane is grabbing Mr. Floyd's leg and pulling it and straightening it and rotating it. That is my interpretation of what is happening there.
And in fact, at that particular point, Officer Lane says something to the effect of Jesus Christ.
I don't remember if it's at that particular point. Yes, it's not clear to me what he's referring to. He later makes some comments about what appear to be the smell of Mr. Floyd's feet, so I'm not sure what he's responding to when he says that.
So you did not observe him attempt to control Mr. Floyd's legs at that particular point?
Oh no, he was definitely controlling Mr. Floyd's legs at that point. When the officers bring Mr. Floyd from his knees onto his side, and then from his side into that prone position, that grabbing and what I see as pulling the leg is part of controlling the leg to flip Mr. Floyd's hip and put him into that prone position. At which point, Officer Lane kneels over and then later holds Mr. Floyd's leg. So yeah, he was definitely controlling his legs.
Now, you would agree that a reasonable police officer has to assess multiple situations simultaneously, agreed?
No. A reasonable officer has to assess the situation that they're in. Certainly there are simultaneous inputs to that, but they're in the situation that they should be focused on.
So a reasonable officer who's in a situation where they've just struggled with, 3 officers have just struggled with an individual, they're going to have some sense of exhaustion themselves, agreed?
Depending on the length of the struggle and their efforts in the struggle, in this case it was relatively abbreviated.
They would have to take into consideration the changing circumstances throughout the use of force, agreed?
Absolutely, they need to take into account changing circumstances.
And you were shown some footage of the crowd that was present or that formed initially. It was a relatively small crowd, agreed?
Yes, I mean, personally, I wouldn't describe it as a crowd. It was like 12 to 15 people, including folks over by the bus stop, so a group of bystanders.
People across the street as well, right?
There was at least one person filming from across the street. I don't remember seeing many bystanders on the other bystanders' cameras.
Okay. You agree that the camera only captures what the lens captures, right?
Any individual camera? Yes, any individual camera will only capture what's on camera.
And so, for example, that city pole camera, the milestone camera, you can see other individuals standing, more than one individual standing on the sidewalk across the street from where the officers were positioned. Agreed?
Yes, at times, yes.
And at various points you would agree that there were people across the street to the southeast, excuse me.
Is that the Dragon Walk restaurant? Yes, yes, I believe the park police officer remained over in that way, in that direction.
With, you know, to be 2 other passengers who were in the vehicle, at least, correct?
I do, yes.
And also, I know that, but they're standing there. So officers who are in the scene, a reasonable officer is assessing not just what's in front of him in terms of the subject, but they're assessing, does this group of people present a threat or a risk to me?
Yeah, that's the basics of situational awareness, right? Knowing, not getting so focused on one particular thing that you lose awareness of the broader situation, the context in which you're acting, excuse me.
Yeah, and again, a reasonable officer, in terms of situational awareness, will try to be aware of what's behind him. Agreed?
Yes.
Or to his right or left.
The surrounding situations, yes.
And reasonable officers can be distracted by those types of things.
So depending on what those other stimuli are, yes. In this case, the first, again, more than 3.5 minutes, there's no criticism from any bystanders. There's either silent bystanders or, in the case of Mr. McMillan, bystanders who were urging Mr. Floyd to comply with the officers.
There was also radio traffic, agreed?
Some amount of radio traffic, yes.
Confirming at one point at least that EMS was en route, code 3.
Yes, that was, I think, relatively late in the interaction, but yes. Or confirming that they were at a particular location.
It was at the particular time. We watched a couple of seconds as they were discussing whether Mr. Floyd was using some sort of controlled substances. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, so yes, I did.
The current state of the U.S. military. You first, Wes.
Well, I think that one thing that we're seeing is that the military is, as it always has been, it's a microcosm of this country, right? It's a microcosm of people from all walks of life and from all places. And the reality is that as we're watching this larger kick-up that's taking place in the United States, where we saw that, the Center for Strategic and International Studies shows that of the 61 terrorist plots that have happened in the first 8 months of the year, that 41 have been white supremacist groups. And so you're seeing how the military is just simply a reflection of the type of things that we're seeing within our large society. Now, the important thing to remember, though, is that just like in times past, the military has a unique opportunity to actually be at the lead in terms of helping to change it. helping to alter it and helping to uproot it and change our destiny. And so that's really, I think, the important point where the military can and should and will have an important role in terms of getting us as a large society to a better place on this.
And I guess, Paul, I understand that it is a reflection of our society, the numbers are proportional, but the stakes are just so much higher. I mean, when the right-wing militias, as they seem to have done, plan ahead of time to conspire to attack the United States Capitol and chant "Hang Mike Pence," one, they're more trained in the stated objectives, and two, it just represents such a breach of trust in terms of the traditional relationship that most civilians feel like they have with the military.
Yeah, I mean, military folks and veterans are very powerful. And that power can be used to promote change. It can be somebody like Tammy Duckworth or Pete Buttigieg or even my friend Wes Moore here, who's been tackling hate and extremism for decades. Or it can be somebody recruited by the Proud Boys. It can be Timothy McVeigh. And I think the most important thing that I see here is a national security strategic failure. There was a failure to recognize extremism as a national security threat by, most of all, the commander-in-chief over the last 4 decades. Trump did not help the situation. He even encouraged the situation. And that failure by the commander-in-chief is what we're living with now. In the same way we failed to recognize the threat after 9/11 and before 9/11, we failed to recognize that extremists could take over the Capitol. So there's been a national security failure at the leadership level and down to the Pentagon that's resulted in the situation we have right now, which presents the most urgent, most pressing, most serious national security threat we have. That's why the military is taking it so seriously. But only last year, you could fly a Confederate flag in the barracks. So there was years and years of failures at the national level, at the Pentagon level, of recognizing extremism as a real threat. So we are fighting uphill. But we've got to take it as seriously as we did terrorism, 15, 20 years ago.
Reason, don't the politicians down there just pocket it? Would these just be like direct payments to bank accounts of people that, I don't know, what do they have, Bank of America down there? You can just wire it?
Were injured in a chase with a suspect opening fire. This is still a very dangerous job for our police. So how do you try to make headway on what you're suggesting needs to be done, police reforms?
One, qualified immunity should not be a shield to accountability. Two, we do have law enforcement officers who are bad actors. We need to establish a database so they cannot move from agency to agency. We need to reform how we provide training, making sure that communities have the resources for communities that live in stress, so that we have social workers, or communities that need more mental health professionals. We have those individuals on standby, and law enforcement officers are not called to handle scenarios where they have not been trained, nor is fair for them to be engaged in. We have to have more training around de-escalation. We're not anti-police, we are anti-killing of black people who have not caused any harm.
Derek Johnson, thanks so much for joining us.
Right? Then no, that would not be considered deadly force.
Reasonable police officer, based on national training standards, would take into consideration the prospect that a person who fights with them and then appears to be compliant could potentially become a threat again.
So what you're describing is risk, right? The idea that they could potentially become a threat, that's the very definition of risk. Yes, and officers can do a range of things to mitigate risk and to prevent it from becoming to prevent it from becoming a threat. They can't use force to address risk.
But they can use some degree of force to deal with passive resistance.
Yes, they can use some degree of force to address passive resistance. Passive resistance does not present, of course, a threat of escape or harm to the officers. And it's the type of situation where if someone is passively resisting while officers are just trying to maintain control over them, then you just hold them on their side.
And in terms of a person who's handcuffed, it's not a reasonable officer would never expect that person to get up and run away or become a threat again?
That's not my testimony. My testimony is there may be some risk of that. but officers can generally maintain control over a handcuffed individual in the side recovery position, which is what it's designed for.
You also watched one of the clips where one of the officers checked for a pulse, correct?
Yes.
And you heard Officer Chauvin say, huh?
Yes.
And then the response was, I'm just looking for a pulse?
It was something like that. I said I was checking for a pulse, or said I was looking for a pulse, or something like that.
At the point that the officer references, we didn't watch the entirety of it during this clip, but at the point the officer references that he was passing out, you also hear officers say, but he's still breathing.
Yes. At that point, he was still breathing. Or at least the officers are narrating that he was still breathing at that point.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, you were asked some questions, and I'd like you to provide some further explanation regarding using more force than the subject presents. Right? And I believe you were asked if the officer was allowed to use sort of a level up of force. Is that an oversimplification of the reasonableness standard?
Yes, it is, and it's an oversimplification that really doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Like I said, what does it mean to use a level up from passive resistance or someone running away? You know, running faster doesn't count. So I don't find that to be a helpful formulation of explaining proportionality and reasonableness.
And you also testified as to the need for officers to reassess the situation on cross-examination, is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
Be situationally aware of changes in circumstances, is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
And that, you know, some officer may need to be aware who's behind them across the street at some point, is that right?
Sure, officers should maintain that level of situational awareness.
But should a reasonable officer maintain a level of situation awareness as to what's going on right in front of them?
Absolutely, that's still the primary focus. Situational awareness is not exclusively focusing on what you're dealing with right in front of you, but it's also not ignoring what you're dealing with and that's right in front of you.
And with respect to tactile response, that's feeling the response of someone who you're touching, is that right?
That's correct. So someone who's, you know, you can't just tell looking whether I'm pushing on my own hand. So yes, that's correct.
Would a reasonable officer in the place of the defendant then have the situational awareness to understand that he's kneeling on top of a limp person who is not responsive?
I would certainly have hoped so. Yes, a reasonable officer would absolutely be aware of that.
And in terms of situational awareness and relying on information provided from partner officers, would a reasonable officer in the defendant's situation have paid attention when the comment that they couldn't find a pulse was made?
Yes, absolutely. That's an incredibly important piece of information for an officer there, as is the moving of the individual. One of the things that we know about positional asphyxia is this concept of vicious cycle, which is that as someone starts to have difficulty breathing, they move or resist, if you like, for breath. They're fighting to breathe, not fighting officers. And again, this goes back almost 30 years as generally accepted with regard to positional asphyxia and the way officers should address it.
In terms of rendering medical aid and the decision of an officer to believe if someone is stating something like, for example, I can't breathe, shouldn't the officer, using situational awareness, determine the credibility of that statement based on all the facts and circumstances presented at the time?
Yes, and again, the officer has very limited ability to engage in credibility determinations there. So if someone is expressing difficulty breathing, you roll them onto their side so it's easier for them to breathe. That is what the side recovery position was intended for.
One hypothetical situation is that a person standing in the distance from me to you, speaking in the tone that I'm speaking, expressing to you that I can't breathe, you might have a reason to doubt that based on all of the facts and circumstances, correct?
Sure, under our yes, under our interactions, there's no reason to believe that that's the case. There's no behavioral indications. We're continuing to have the same conversation. As the officer, I would still want to take that seriously and potentially summon medical aid, but we're not in the position of me, knocking you down and doing CPR or anything.
But if you're kneeling on top of me and I'm telling you that you can't breathe, that might be a different situation, and your situational awareness might prompt you to believe that, in fact, what I'm saying is what I'm actually experiencing. What would the situation be? Well, never mind. I have no further questions.
Any further requests? Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, we will be taking our adjournment for the day, but I wanted to give you an idea of a little bit of time frame now that we're getting closer to the end. We expect that we'll be moving to the defense case tomorrow, and accordingly we expect that we'll finish all the evidence in this case by the end of the week, possibly with even Friday off. My preference is not to make the attorneys close on Friday, because when they close, this case will be submitted to you for deliberation, which means at that time, as we warned you long ago in jury selection, you'll be sequestered. If I were to have closing arguments on Friday, that would mean you'd be sequestered in your weekend, and I don't know if you have any plans. I'm not going to do that. My preference is to give the attorneys more time to prepare their closing arguments and have the closing arguments, we predict, on Monday. At that point, you will be sequestered, so you'll get some more information from the sheriff's deputies regarding that, but expect that you will, when you report for duty on Monday, that it will be followed by sequestration. So, pack a bag. But the deputies will give you a little more information. Just wanted to kind of give you that so you can plan your own lives around that, and we will see you tomorrow about 9:15. Thank you. We're in recess.
So that wraps up day 11, as the prosecution has called their final witness, at least in this portion of the case, the defense set to take over tomorrow. We have our expert panel standing by as we wrap up this day. And again,
breakthroughs you're going to see, yet the percentage still remains within that framework of a highly efficacious vaccine. And so although we never take lightly breakthroughs, we always investigate. You want to make sure that when you sequence the virus, it's not something new that we didn't suspect before, but quantitatively it's the denominator that counts. So you may hear that there were, for example, 100 breakthrough infections in a certain region or a certain state. You've got to look and find out how many actual infections among the non-vaccinated people there were. When you get that correct denominator, you could say, well, nobody likes to see breakthroughs, but this is entirely within the framework of a still highly effective vaccine.
The FDA.
Central and Eastern South Dakota. Lawyers of the pipeline asked for more time to outline the recent changes in the economy. The 10-day continuance came after the Biden administration declined to intervene in the case, which an attorney for the Standing Rock Reservation says is, quote, deeply disappointing to the tribes. Preparations have begun at Windsor Castle for the funeral of Britain's Prince Philip.
In contention right now is whether there should be even any remote learning at this point. And we now know that certainly with vaccines, but even without, that schools are not these super spreader events. What do you think is the right balance? Do you think there's any room for remote learning, or it's just like everybody's got to get back in the classroom now at this point situation?
Well, if the kid has the sniffles, they can learn remotely. That might be an advantage to this whole pandemic remote learning situation. But no, I think kids need to be back in school. One thing...
So many days we come in the air and the headlines are so bleak and so dire. We start with them. Our bad for getting to a good news story on this front later in the program. But this feels like if not a dam break, then certainly a counterbalance to what we're seeing from these Republican-led legislatures. What do you think?
Possibly, Nicole. Listen, I mean, Georgia has really had a boom in terms of movies that have been made there. Hollywood just kind of making Georgia the Hollywood of the South. And so for Will Smith and Antoine Fuqua to say that they're pulling this film, literally named Emancipation, a film about slavery, that does send, I think, a really strong message because Georgia's relationship with the movie industry is something that they have been cultivating over the past decade. And so to see that threatened, really is a big deal in that state. I mean, just to look at the statement, from Mr. Smith and Mr. Fuqua, as reported in the Times, at this moment in time, the nation is coming to terms with its history and is attempting to eliminate vestiges of institutional racism. We cannot, in good conscience, provide economic support to a government that enacts regressive voting laws that are designed to restrict voter access. I mean, these are really strong words. And if you, I don't know if you remember, but if we get into the Wayback Machine, 2018, after the gubernatorial contest in which Stacey Abrams, she would say that she did not win the election against Governor Brian Kemp, didn't become governor. What she said then, Hollywood was threatening to boycott over that election, over the claims of voter suppression and voter disenfranchisement. And she had said then, Hollywood, please, don't boycott in response to this. Let's find other ways to fight this because of that relationship and because of the economic impact that she knew that such, if the dam would break in terms of Hollywood boycotting Georgia, the economic impact that would cause to residents.
He's making nicks here, there, and everywhere, but the reality is that I think the weight, the strength, and the nature and quality of the evidence are such that I believe the prosecution put on a compelling case. Now, I would take issue with the judge just a little bit. This is a little inside baseball, curious to think what Ms. D'Ariva think about this, but I never want a judge to tell the jury when I put my case on. The defense case will be, I have no burden. Should the defense present a case, their case will be tomorrow. Not that we'll be presenting our case tomorrow. My point, but I always want to remind the jury that, right, it is the prosecution that has the burden of proof. I'm stuck on one point, and I would love for my friend, Dr. Darren Porter, to address this, of course, Mike, with the courtesy of you, allowing him to do so as our quarterback. But what I really am interested in is this witness's presentation with respect to risk versus threat. For me, that's everything. Because if you look at the defense is pointing out all these things that are, yes, risks. It is, in fact, a potential problem that George Floyd could have jumped up at any minute. Right? We've heard that before. Unlikely, of course, but that's their theme. Could have jumped up at any minute and had this superhuman strength and just wiped everyone out, right? That's one thing. And the crowd, right? The crowd could have at any time come and attacked officers. But there's a distinction, and it's critical, between the risk and the threat. A threat is something real. It's something that's not imagined, that's not perceived, it's there. And you have to act proportionate to whatever threat is posed. And I thought this witness, in addition to taking us back and going through the scene and justifying and demonstrating why the conduct of Chauvin was objectively unreasonable, also made it clear that, yes, there are risks that officers assess every day, but a threat is a major distinction, and I think this witness did a great job in pointing out what that distinction is and why Chauvin did not act in accord with what the actual threat was instead of the risk.
One simple point as we go to you, Darren. He's not responsive, meaning he's not a threat, period. But pick it up where Joey left off, Darren.
Well, when we speak to the risk versus threat component, this comes into play when George Floyd was on the ground and they did the assessment of his pulse, and it was determined that he didn't have a pulse. We clearly didn't have a risk, nor did George Floyd present a threat to the officers. So we've heard the argument of he can possibly spring up and kick one of the officers. I just felt that that was more of a red herring than anything that was real. You know, we've heard the term excited delirium, and that's how that would play out. I just don't see that based on my experience as a practitioner. But as I move forward in terms of this particular witness, I thought that he was good, but I kind of felt as if we had too many chefs in the stew. I think that the experts that we had were qualified, and they presented a plausible aspect of the use of force that was not permissible in a situation as it related to George Floyd being on the ground. I think the officers had additional alternatives that they failed to employ, such as when we go back to the pulse component, or even using this force in such a great amount of enormity for 9+ minutes on top of George Floyd. But then one of the things that came up is this national standard. There is no national standard in policing. And case in point, in the Minneapolis Police Department, the officers were allowed to apply a neck restraint. However, here in New York City, the NYPD is prohibited from using a neck restraint. That goes back to policies differ based on police departments. And so when we look at it specific to what happened there in the Minneapolis Police Department, we had the violation of the Graham versus Connor rule in connection with the excessive force, or I should say the level of force was not commensurate with the offense, and it wasn't an immediate threat that George Floyd posed as it related to not just being on the ground, but prior to being on the ground, when they attempted to place him into the vehicle. We saw in the earlier part of that video, George Floyd was sat down on the side of a building. He had his level of calm to him. Therefore, it was clear that he was a person that you could negotiate with. So it was the officers that exacerbated the situation that created an issue, whereas the use of force was implied. Then we look to the prone position, and we've gotten differing perspectives from not just our medical experts, but our police experts as well, in terms of what the prone position was, its effectiveness, and its ability to create a harm. That was something that can be deemed as questionable by the defense. But I think overall, I think the prosecution did an amazing job in laying out a fact-based case as it related to excessive force and the inability to act to provide medical treatment to George Floyd. And we'll see what the countering witnesses do under the defense. But I think overall the prosecution did an amazing job. And let's see what the countenance is moving forward.
Let's get Misty's take on this final witness. I'll say this, I don't know if he was a great witness himself, but it was seeing the video again. What was it, 14 different clips, moment by moment? That's what the jury's going to remember. Your thoughts, Misty?
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's probably why the prosecution went with this witness as their last witness of their case. And part of that is exactly what you said, Mike. It's the video. It's seeing that video again. And then also, as Ariva mentioned, that clinical breakdown by this expert witness of the video and applying the standards of what is reasonable. Now, I will say, and this piggybacks on something my friend Darren just said, I thought there was one really great point that defense got out on cross. And he was able to have this witness say that it is irrelevant what Derek Chauvin was trained to do as a Minneapolis police officer for the purposes of his analysis. Now, look, I thought that was a big moment because that is going to be a relevant inquiry when we're talking about what's reasonable under the circumstances in the bigger picture, whereas did the prosecution fulfill their burden? Another interesting thing I thought, that a little bit of foreshadowing here, it seems like the defense is going to argue that Chauvin didn't realize that King or Lane said there is no pulse. Did you guys all hear that? That Nelson was kind of saying, oh, did Chauvin actually hear this? I think we're going to see that come up as another argument.
Well, yeah,
but also the fact that the other two officers were rookies. So all of this, I think we're going to hear play out in the defense case.
Yeah, I'm going to throw this out to the panel. It's one of those things in a moment where you write it down and go, wait a minute, did King say he's looking for a pulse, or I can't find a pulse? Anybody? Yeah, go ahead, Darren.
Mike, just to add on that, when it was introduced that he didn't have a pulse, Chauvin turns and said EMS is on the way, or paramedics are on the way. So he was comprehending what the officer stated, but he clearly disregarded it and just said, we're waiting for EMS to respond.
Got it. Joseph, Scott Morgan weigh in on, go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah. So, thanks, Mike. I got to say the reasonable standard here is something to key in on. There's a standard. These police officers are held to a higher standard than, say, just the common person on the street. So this reasonableness argument is key here.
Statement that they are waiting. They will be doing follow-up with Republicans. They expect Republicans to put proposals on the table, and White House staff will be in touch. For Republicans, it is just as much a question of whether or not the president is serious about bipartisanship. Now, Republicans that were in the meeting said the president was highly engaged, that the president went back and forth about what's in his proposal for the course of the meeting. But there's a lot of skepticism I'm hearing on Capitol Hill from both Republican lawmakers and their top aides as to whether or not the White House really wants this to be a bipartisan proposal, or whether they will go with Democrats only in the House and try and do something similar in the Senate. I think right now the reality is this. This is going to be a months-long process, a very, very detailed legislative back and forth, and it's at the earliest stages. But both sides are trying to get a sense of where the other is, what is an opening for the other. One thing to keep in mind, Republicans who were in the meeting made very clear the pay-fors for this bill, the president really working on the corporate side of the tax code, increasing the corporate rate in one proposal from 21 to 28%. That is still considered a non-starter for Republicans. The White House says if you have other options, if you have other ideas, put them on the table. That's what they're waiting for. That's what Republicans are considering. But right now, Wolf, still at the early stages. Expect more of these meetings at the White House in the weeks ahead as the legislative process really starts to kick into gear.
All right, Phil, thank you very much. Phil Mattingly over at the White House. We're also...
Pair from the collection. These are very rare Air Jordans from 1985, size 12. Starting bid on these, $6,500. For CNBC, I'm Andrea Day.
Now, sneaking around the forecast, we have some cold stuff to get to. Mr. Rooney has a final check when we come back.
Dakota News Now, sponsored by Marv's.
Person. I had to learn to cut. Feels like he's trying to run the same playbook against Gates that he did against this rival who was a school teacher whom he falsely smeared as a pedophile. Obviously, the case is developing, and really the key witness in all of this is probably not Greenberg. It's the former 17-year-old woman who is at the center of this case. And I say woman because now she's 20. She works in the pornography industry. She's not returning messages for comment. She's not commenting currently. What is she telling us? Is she telling prosecutors that Matt Gaetz had sex with her or knew that she was having sex with Greenberg when she was a minor? If so, that's really problematic for Matt Gaetz. If not, then prosecutors are probably left with a lesser charge. When I say lesser, I mean it carries a smaller mandatory minimum of potentially violating the Mann Act, because Gaetz and some of his associates went overseas to the Bahamas, took a bunch of girlfriends, lady friends they met on the Seeking Arrangement Sugar Daddy website, and engaged in sexual activity and the like at a resort. Under the Mann Act, you're not supposed to transport people for the purposes of committing or engaging in prostitution. The question is was it prostitution? Are these arrangements in these sugar daddy websites, these seeking arrangements, are those prostitution or not? That could be a thorny thing for prosecutors to muddle through. All this is developing. There's a lot we don't know. So far, we haven't seen any clear evidence that Gaetz has committed these crimes or that Gaetz might have committed these crimes. So we're kind of waiting on that shoe to drop, if there's a shoe and if it doesn't drop.
The problem. Let me just address briefly my distinguished friends Joseph Scott Morgan and Darren Porter. Here's the issue. From my perspective, there is a national standard, right? It's called the Supreme Court of the United States, right? And the Supreme Court of the United States has announced something that's very specific. Now, there may be best practices and protocols and policies and what you do and what you can't and how you act and how you don't in different departments. However, what I think the prosecution is trying to say is that there is something that is universally known. And I don't care whether I bring an expert from South Carolina or I bring an expert from California. They're going to tell you something called Graham versus Connor. Over 30 years ago, 1989, Supreme Court said, look, I want you to consider three things. Number one, what was the crime? Number two, did you act an immediate threat? And number three, were they resisting? That's the standard right there. It wasn't followed.
Got it. And back to the pulse, real quick, I think that's the most damning piece of evidence that they cannot, as officers, find a pulse, and the knee remains on the neck for almost 3 more minutes. I don't know how you're going to explain that, but we'll find out soon enough with the defense. Our panel is staying with us. Another monumental day, day 11 of the Derek Chauvin trial. We'll have it all for you. Keep it right here. You're watching HLN.
And subscribe to our newsletter.
Cmgus
finish stronger.
KT tape works for me.
Thanks, Brian and Kelsey joining you in 2 minutes over on KSFY. Have a great afternoon.
Few things.
And so policies that help to restore control to the local level and policies that help get the federal government out of the business of trying to make land use decisions for our ranchers and our energy industry are really important. So that the policies that helped bring economic growth, helped bring increased employment, helped ensure that we had adequate resources, or the beginning of adequate resources for the national defense, those policies are really important and are good ones. And I think that the way the party has to go forward is by focusing on those policies and by very clearly rejecting what happened on January 6th, by very clearly rejecting, the symbols that we saw on January 6th of anti-Semitism, Confederate flag in the rotunda. Those are the things that, we have to be clear. And look, again, both parties have to be clear. Representative Ilhan Omar, for example, a couple of years ago said some things that were clearly anti-Semitic, and leadership on the Democratic side wouldn't take action, for example, to remove her from the Foreign Affairs Committee. I think when you're talking about something like anti-Semitism, racism, white supremacy, those have to be rejected out of hand by anyone who is engaged in any level of our politics or our political discussion. And as a party, we have to be sure that we are always acting in a way, we have to work towards acting in a way that's worthy of being the party of Lincoln and being the party of Reagan. Those are the sort of aspirational set of policy ideals and agenda that we have to present to the voters.
Let's turn a little bit to what's going on in Congress and
which is home to the largest model train set in the world, has just set another Guinness Book of World Records. The site was closed during the pandemic, but they had some time on their hands, so the model train performed a compilation of 20 classical pieces over...
Introducing Seneca.
Start a new business? Peachtree can help you get the cash you...
Thinners. And if you're troubled by falls and... Pediatric neuroscience.
Shot and killed a black man during a traffic stop. That man is 20-year-old Daunte Wright.
The shooting sparked protests and unrest last night in Minneapolis. Today, the release of body cam footage, adding a new layer to this entire situation and leading to Governor Walz to declare a state of emergency. Jacob Sersosimo has been following this story for us. He's at the Now Desk and continues our coverage. Jacob.
Yeah, Brian and Kelsey, Governor Walz announcing that state of emergency just a couple hours ago. It includes curfews for 3 Minnesota counties in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. Now, the curfew is in place from 7 tonight until 6 tomorrow morning. This decision coming hours after Brooklyn Center police released body camera footage of the shooting. The shooting sparked protests overnight where authorities say protesters jumped on top of police cars and 20 businesses were broken into in a nearby shopping center. Tonight, the governor of Minnesota asking for peace.
Those that want to bring about change, those that want to express their constitutional rights, those that are angry, heartbroken, sad, fed up, tired, all of the things that they have every reason to feel. But we also know, and we saw it again last night, those that would try and take advantage of this to create chaos or damage will not be tolerated.
President Biden also speaking out today about the shooting, saying the anger and trauma in the black community is real, but there's no justification for looting and violence. Live from the Now Desk, Jacob Sersosimo, Dakota News Now.
Jacob, thank you. Now, due to the events in Minnesota,
more than 4
tonight in the Minneapolis and St. Paul areas. All three teams releasing statements saying the decision was made after consulting with Major League Baseball and local and state officials. The organization also extended their sympathies to the family of Daunte Wright.
All of this happening while the third week of the Derek Chauvin trial begins in Minneapolis. The judge today said he will not sequester the jury following the events in Brooklyn Center. Meanwhile, testimony continued today for the prosecution. The jury heard from George Floyd's brother, as well as a medical expert who said Floyd did not die from a heart issue or drug overdose.
After reviewing all of the facts and evidence of the case, I can state with a high degree of medical certainty that George Floyd did not die from a primary cardiac event, and he did not die from a drug overdose. In this case, Mr. George Floyd died from a cardiopulmonary arrest. It was caused by low oxygen levels, and those low oxygen levels were induced by the prone restraint and positional asphyxiation that he was subjected to.
It's believed that the prosecution could rest its case by the end of the day and that jury deliberations could begin as early as next Monday. You can follow all the updates from the trial by going to our Dakota News Network.
To sign up. Johnson says when he received his vaccine last week, health officials with Sanford Health told him there have been only 22 reactions to more than 116,000 shots given.
That shows how safe this vaccine is. I think relying on data, showing people the facts, that's always a way to increase confidence.
Hear more from Representative Johnson about encouraging people to receive COVID-19 vaccines and a KELOland.com original report by Eric Mayer.
Jay's here with a first look at the weather. Just not the nicest of days out there, Jay.
Not the nicest. Okay, Mr. Understatement. It's lousy out there. We've had a brisk northwest wind gusting over 40 miles an hour, much of the area, including even in Sioux Falls. And with those clouds, we have seen some showers up the northern part of South.
Fresheners hanging from his rearview mirror and told CNN affiliates he called her as he was being pulled over.
Like a minute later, I called and his girlfriend answered, which was the passenger in the car, and said that he'd been shot.
The killing set off protests, confrontations with police, and looting in Brooklyn Center. Law enforcement analysts incredulous that this incident occurred in the same metropolitan area where George Floyd was killed by police, even as the trial of the officer charged in Floyd's death is going on. A sentiment echoed by Brooklyn Center's mayor.
We are in pain right now. And we recognize that this couldn't have happened at a worse time.
Mayor Mike Elliott says he fully supports the firing of that police officer, but when the police chief, Tim Cannon, was pressed on that, Cannon said, quote, "I think we can look at the video and ascertain whether or not she'll be returning." At the moment, that officer is on administrative leave. Wolf?
All right, Brian, thank you. Brian Todd reporting now to the murder trial of the former police officer Derek Chauvin. Our senior national correspondent, Sarah Seigner, on the scene for us in Minneapolis. Sarah, court just wrapped up for the day. The prosecution getting close to resting its case after very emotional testimony today by George Floyd's brother.
Absolutely. We heard from Philonis Floyd, who was extremely emotional, talking about his big brother and what he meant to the family. We also heard from experts as well. But as you said, the prosecution is getting very, very close to ending its case.
He was a big mama's boy.
George Floyd's brother, Philonis Floyd, took the stand to tell the jurors who his brother was before his death, sparked worldwide protests.
He just was like a person that everybody loved around the community. He just knew how to make people feel better.
Floyd's family testimony is one of the last the jurors heard in the prosecution's case.
The state will call Dr. Jonathan Rich.
The prosecution started the day calling another medical expert. Dr. Jonathan Rich, an expert in cardiology, determined Floyd died because of the officer's actions.
Do you have an opinion as to whether George Floyd would have lived if not for Mr. Chauvin's subdual and restraint of him for 9 minutes and 29 seconds on the ground?
Yes, I believe he would have lived.
Again, Chauvin's attorney tried to get the doctor to admit there were other possibilities for Floyd's death, such as drugs or heart disease, and one more thing, Floyd's own actions.
If Mr. Floyd had simply gotten in the back seat of the squad car, do you think that he would have survived?
Had he not been restrained in the way in which he was, I think he would have survived that day.
The prosecution is expected to rest soon. Then it will be the defense's turn to try and unravel the prosecution's case with their own witnesses. The prosecution again played the video of Floyd being detained for the jury as they questioned another use of force expert.
looking at the threat analysis here, it's clear from the number of officers and Mr. Floyd's position, the fact that he's handcuffed and has been searched, he doesn't present a threat of harm.
And I just had a conversation with Philonise Floyd, and if there is any doubt the stress that is putting on this family, especially those as close as they were, like Philonise to his brother, there is none now. We saw him break down in the stand. He also told me that he hasn't been able to sleep during this whole trial, and that the stress is just almost too much to take. But they are standing strong because they want, as they say in their own words, justice for their brother, George Floyd.
Yeah, so heartbreaking for that family. Sarah, stick around. We'll get back to you in just a few moments. But right now I want to get reaction to all of this from one of the lead lawyers for George Floyd's family, Justin Miller. Justin, thanks for joining us. I know this has been a difficult day, another difficult day. George Floyd's brother, Philonise, as you know, he testified today, sharing very personal stories about George Floyd with the jurors. How meaningful is it for the Floyd family that Philonise was able to testify?
Well, that might be the most impactful testimony thus far, in my opinion. What we've heard so far is a lot of technical stuff, excluding the first week when there was a lot of stuff from those witnesses who were on the scene. But that was very emotional, very impactful, and it showed George Floyd as a person and not just a hashtag or somebody who we keep talking about things happening to, instead of somebody who we talk about as a person and a real human being like all of us.
The judge, Peter Cahill, says the defense will start its case tomorrow. They'll start calling their witnesses. What is the Floyd family bracing for from those arguments?
Yeah, like we've talked about in the past, character assassination will be on display, and we've seen that in countless cases, time and time again. When the evidence is not on your side, they go straight to character, and we've seen them try to set this up from the beginning of this trial, and even before, that George Floyd was a bad person, that he was on drugs, that he did this and he did that, to just, hide the ball and keep everyone from seeing what's really important, and that is that he was killed and it wasn't his fault, and that Derek Chauvin is a murderer.
This comes as Minneapolis, that entire area, as you know, Justin, is grappling right now with the police shooting of 20-year-old Daunte Wright, just about, 10 miles or so from the courthouse. What does it say to you that yet another black man from this community has lost his life in a fatal police encounter as this trial unfolds?
Well, Wolf, when I was watching that happen, all I could think about was trauma. When you're an American, and especially a black American, you don't get to deal with one trauma before you get another one. And this is just another open wound, another trauma for America to deal with. And like I said, especially black Americans, we haven't had this trial finished. We haven't seen the verdict. We are still going through it. We haven't even got to the defense's arguments, which will be very, very hurtful and very hard to watch. So to have another incident during this is just traumatic, but it's kind of par for the course for America, unfortunately.
As you know, there were some peaceful protests last night for Daunte Wright, but there was also some not very peaceful looting that was going on. You saw the video. What's the Floyd family's message to the community at this sensitive moment?
Well, I think the family is like everybody else, just in shock that this happened. I mean, looting is never right. It is always wrong. But when you have this emotional trauma and you have people dealing with this, different people deal with trauma in different ways. So I am less concerned about the looting and more concerned about the police officer who killed that young man, and more concerned about Derek Chauvin, who kneeled on George Floyd for 9 minutes and 29 seconds. The looting, the things that are stolen, these stores have insurance, and that can be bought again. But these young people's lives cannot be brought back.
Justin Miller, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Let's fell 50. President Biden has nominated the police chief of Tucson, Arizona as the new leader of the Customs and Border Protection Agency. This comes as Fox News gets an exclusive look at conditions along the border during an overnight tour. State Department correspondent Rich Edson reports tonight from Mission, Texas.
The Rio Grande Valley, the busiest sector for border crossings in the middle of a migrant surge not seen for 2 decades.
This is the spot where you're going to get the majority of applications.
Wow. Really?
Yeah. But once again, double check with Sector.
For the Rio Grande Valley? Or
for the entire nation.
The Melbourne area right here where they come in?
Fox News joined this late-night walk exclusively through the southern Texas brush. as part of a congressional delegation. Border Patrol agents telling Congress what they say they're seeing every night.
Oh yeah, they're upstairs.
The federal government said
around him, he showed us like how to treat our mom and how to respect our mom. He loved her so dearly.
And throughout our coverage of this trial, we've reported on areas where the prosecution and the defense clash, like over how medical science may determine Floyd's cause of death, and also the areas where they don't. There are some witnesses that Chauvin's lawyer does not even try to counter. That was the case with Floyd's brother today. His words stood alone, under oath, for the jury to hear. The defense did not cross-examine him at all. Gene, that is a legal strategic choice which reflects the evident power of his words before that jury, that to even ask a single question of him in any adversarial manner would have been an error. Your thoughts about what that says about the power of that testimony today?
Well, it was certainly a wise choice by the defense not to cross-examine, not to try to give get some sort of interrogation to Philonise Floyd. This is, obviously he was not in a position to speak to what happened on May 25th of last year, but I think this is, the legal term is spark of life evidence. It's allowed in Minnesota. It's evidence about the victim and who he or she was and what sort of person. And it was stunning. It was compelling and hard to listen to at the same time. But it was, I think, very effective.
And Professor, what we've got on the screen for viewers now, what is unfolding in this nearby part of Minnesota, Brooklyn Center, is just a few miles. They say 9 or 10 miles from where the trial's happening, and you can see homemade signs. One we can see on the screen says murder, murder, murder. Others say Black Lives Matter. This is the response to the other incident, which hangs over this trial, which hangs over the community. A community, again, Minnesota, a state like so many in the United States, that deals with these policing matters day in and day out, whether they get national notice or not. And so that's what we're seeing here in these two stories, as I mentioned, that kick off at the broadcast tonight. I want to play a little bit of the medical piece of this that was preventable. The cardiologist testifying the entire killing of George Floyd was preventable.
As I watched the video and listened to the officer's commands, it is my belief that the officer had the intention to deploy their taser, but instead shot Mr. Wright with a single bullet. This appears to me, from what I viewed and the officer's reaction and distress immediately after, that this was an accidental discharge.
Sir George Floyd died from a cardiopulmonary arrest. It was caused by low oxygen levels, and those low oxygen levels were induced by the prone restraint and positional asphyxiation that he was subjected to. I believe that Mr. George Floyd's death was absolutely preventable.
Professor?
Again, all of the testimony that we heard today really tied in nicely together. The cardiologist reiterating statements that we've heard from other witnesses that this was really about hypoxia, about the lack of oxygen, all due to the prone position in which Mr. Floyd was detained rather than being upright, and that it was absolutely preventable because the officers were in a position to give him assistance and they did not. Again, this sort of goes to the idea that these were cops who had been trained to do better and that they didn't in this particular instance. But again, that this was not something that had to happen. And I think it worked well with Mr. Floyd's brother's testimony, testifying that this man was more than just the prone figure in that video. He was a father, he was a son, he was a brother, he was someone who adored his mother, and it didn't have to end this way on May 25th.
As the older brother in that household.
He was so much of a leader to us in the household. He would always make sure that we had our clothes for school. He made sure that we all were going to be to school on time. And like I told you, George couldn't cook, but he'll make sure you have a snack or something to get in the morning. But he was one of those people in the community that when they had church outside, people would attend church just because he was there. Nobody would go out there until they seen him. And he just was like a person that everybody loved around the community. He just knew how to make people feel better.
You indicated that George Floyd was also interested in football, or had a passion for football. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Would he play catch with you?
He would play catch with us. It's funny how I always thought that my brother couldn't throw, but he never intended to throw the ball to me. He will always throw it at an angle where I have to go chase it and jump for it or dive for it. And I came up to him one day, I said, man, I see why you play tight end and stuff, because you can't throw it all. And he was like, I don't want to throw the ball to you, because if I throw it to you, you'll never understand and you have to go get the ball. He said, the ball should never come to you. You should always tell yourself, I'm going to go get the football, because you have to attack the ball. That's what he told me.
Sir, was your brother a father?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 290, just to the witness. Do you recognize what's shown in Exhibit 290?
Yes, sir.
Is that a picture of your brother with his daughter?
Yes, sir.
Offer Exhibit 290.
Any objection? 290 is received.
And permission to publish. And what's his daughter's name?
Gianna.
How old is she now?
7.
Sir, could you please, for the jury, describe George Floyd's relationship with his mother?
Oh, it was one of a kind. George, he would always be up on our mom. He was a big mama's boy. I cry a lot, but George, he loved his mom. He will always just be up on her. And, you know, every mother loves all of her kids, but it was so unique how they were with each other. He would just lay up on her in the fetus position like he was still in a womb. I would see him every day, and I'd say, period. I'd say period, because we called him Perry instead of George. And he would always say, hold on, let me kiss Mama before I come over there. And being around him, he showed us like how to treat our mom and how to respect our mom. He loved her so dearly. And when George, he had found out that my mom was passing because she had to stay with us for hospice, and he was talking to her over the phone, but she perished before he even came down here. So that right there, it hurt him a lot. And when we went to the funeral, it's just, George just sat there at the casket over and over again. He would just say, Mama, Mama, over and over again. And I didn't know what to tell him because I was in pain too. We all were hurting. And he was just kissing her and just kissing her. He didn't want to leave the casket. And everybody was like, come on, it's going to be okay. But it was just difficult because I don't know who can take that when you watch your mother, somebody who loved and cherished you and nourished you for your entire life, and then they have to leave you. We all have to go through it, but it's difficult. And George, he was just in pain the entire time.
And those are some of the emotions of this case, and it should never be lost. This is a family who lost a brother, a 7-year-old who lost a dad. Again, those are the emotions. And we also had testimony from a use of force expert.
It's a protein for muscle health versus 16 grams.
Smashing warmth just 1 week ago across KELO land. Those 80s and 90s seem like a distant memory, especially considering the transition to a cooler and brisk pattern that's underway. A nearly stationary area of low pressure to our north and east will help send a chillier air mass our way via northwesterly flow through midweek, with a new upper level low on the way later this week. An associated upper-level trough will help keep that cooler air in place. Though we get a small break on Wednesday, this active pattern helps keep any significant ridge from being able to develop and build northward through the end of the week. As a
production due to
Here's your clue.
So for all value Victorians, we introduced the new value
and hearing is true. And, you know, when I was your age, we still had the nightly news. I mean, we still do today, but, you know, that was where everybody got their news. You would turn on the network in the evening and you would get your news from there. You'd get your news from reading the actual hard copy of a newspaper. And there was certainly bias, but it wasn't sort of news for entertainment. What I worry about now is that you know, all of the cable shows basically have decided what their audience segment is, and they tell their audience what the audience wants to hear because they're worried if they say something different, people are going to turn them off. And so we have to figure out in the whole world of you know, big tech, how do we encourage the free flow of information? How do people have confidence that what they're reading and hearing and seeing is true? And I say that also because we know that there are foreign actors who use the divisions in our society and who encourage the divisions in our society and who use disinformation to do that. I think that's really important. Educating yourself as you clearly are committed to doing. Speaking out. I know it can be difficult to be a Republican on college campuses these days, and I think this is where you know, the left will try to silence you, and that's wrong. You know, college should be a place where there is a wide exchange of views and where you can figure out what you believe because you're engaging with your friends about the issues. And people shouldn't be silenced. I think that's one of the most dangerous things that's going on today.
Together, have been rallies and meetings with workers and retirees around my state fighting to save their pensions. It's fitting that Matt ends his time in our office with a huge victory for...
Before I had the back pain.
You've heard me say this before. These
serious charges, obviously, but if this is who Matt Gaetz was really linked to by evidence or spending a lot of time with or traveling with or worse, then it matters. You have this Tiger King comparison. Headline.
Hold my pouch.
Sioux Falls on Friday. Otherwise, the weekend, partly cloudy, warming close to normal, 54 Saturday and 57 on Sunday, with another chance at rain or snow showers on Monday. For the Aberdeen area, it's going to be cool.
Get your hands off me. Get your hands off me. I didn't do anything. Don't do that.
Sir, get out of the car
now.
Don't do that. Hey,
don't do that.
Now.
Don't do. I'm trying to talk to you.
Okay.
I'm trying to talk.
talk. Get out. Just get out of the car.
Can you please relax? Can you please relax?
Get out of the car right now. Now.
This is not how you treat a vet. I'm actively serving this country, and this is how you're gonna treat me. I didn't do anything. Whoa, hold on. What's going? Hold on. Watch it.
Get out of the car. Get out of the car now.
Get
out of the car now. Sir, just get out of the car.
I'm trying to breathe.
Police reports from the officers say Nazario was pepper sprayed because he failed to comply with their orders to get out of the car, struck one of the officers when he tried to unlock the door. Nazario's lawsuit says those statements are false, and the video footage contradicts those statements. Meanwhile, CNN has learned that one of the two officers, Joe Gutierrez, was fired after an internal investigation. Let's talk about this with the former Homeland Security Secretary, Jay Johnson. He's also the former General Counsel at the U.S. Department of Defense. So, Mr. Secretary, thanks for joining us. I know this hits very personally to you. It hits home. It hits home to you. The man faced in that uniform, in that treatment, was wearing a U.S. Army uniform, an active duty lieutenant. Tell us what went through your mind watching that video.
It was painful, Wolf. It does hit me very personally. I have a son, the age of Second Lieutenant Nazario, who is an active duty member of the United States Coast Guard. 2 years ago, he was stationed in Norfolk, Virginia. He may well have traveled that very road, and very often he would commute to and from work after a day of training wearing his military fatigues, just like the second lieutenant was. Wolf, I cannot tell you that my son, who is very respectful of law enforcement, very respectful of law and order, as am I, would have behaved any differently than Second Lieutenant Nazario. He displayed his hands. He said, "What is this about? What is this about?" And he was treated like a thug. Guns pointed at him. He said, "I'm afraid." It should never be the case in our nation that the person on the pointed end of the gun has to say to the peace officer, "Relax, calm down." It should never be that way. And so the common problem across all of these acts of excessive force by the police is there are far too many law enforcement officers in this country who have no business carrying a gun in a moment of crisis. And there is far too few instances of training in tactics of de-escalation. It's not always it shouldn't always be the case where the officer escalates into something lethal like this.
Yeah, and that area in Virginia, I know it well, you know it well. It's a very military area. A lot of active duty military personnel from the Army or the Navy, the Air Force, the Coast Guard. You would think you see a young man like that wearing the U.S. Army uniform. You're the former General Counsel at the Department of Defense. You would think they would show at least a little bit of respect.
Well, I think it's time that in this country we acknowledge that a white person in the same uniform would not have been treated the same way, would not have been regarded the way Second Lieutenant Nazario was regarded by these two police officers that night. And you're right, that part of Virginia, that part of Eastern Virginia, just outside of the Norfolk, Hampton area, is filled with military. Every service has a presence there. And so if you're a law enforcement officer, you see somebody wearing the uniform of our nation, you should give them a break, give them the benefit of the doubt. Don't assume that this person's a dangerous actor. I believe that the Windsor, Virginia community, police force, owes not only the second lieutenant an apology, but owes the entire United States Army an apology. That was an assault on the individual, and it was an assault on the uniform.
Certainly was, it's heartbreaking to see these things go on, and not even a year after George Floyd's death sparked these national protests. Another black man was shot and killed by police in the Minneapolis area. We've got a protest underway there right now. We're showing some live pictures from Brooklyn Center, about 10 miles from the courthouse where the trial is going on. How much do these repeated incidents erode trust?
Well, tremendously, obviously. After the reports that the officer apparently thought she was using her taser, I called a good friend of mine who is a retired law enforcement officer at the federal and local level, and I said, how can this happen? Doesn't law enforcement train not to mistake their taser for their lethal weapon? You would think that the taser is positioned someplace different on the belt so that you don't make that very basic mistake. That's the type of mistake for which there ought to be zero tolerance for. So it's a shocking thing, and I think we can't just simply brand that an accident. You give somebody a badge and a gun, you give them the training for uses of lethal force, and to see someone shot on the mistaken belief that the officer had a taser and not a lethal weapon, that's more than an accident.
It's heartbreaking for that family, and what we're seeing is just so sad. Let me turn, while I have you, Mr. Secretary, to a separate police incident in Georgia where police officers were shot at and injured in a high-speed police chase. As we know, being a police officer is a dangerous job. So how do you balance those concerns when
video surfaces of police pepper spraying an Army medic? Breaking news, a shooting at a school in Tennessee. We'll have the latest. The new warning. The CDC director tells Michigan to shut down as the state's governor pleads for more vaccines, with more than 1 in 4 high school students testing positive for COVID. The president's big sell. As President Biden meets with Republicans and Democrats today, the question about how much of his $2 trillion plan is actually infrastructure. Plus, why Iran tonight is vowing revenge against Israel for a blackout at the country's largest nuclear plant. Prince Harry returns to Britain to honor his grandfather, Prince Philip, as the funeral plans are revealed. And a tradition unlike any other, the history made at the Masters.
This is the CBS Evening News with Laura O'Donnell, reporting from the nation's capital.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us. We're going to begin tonight with breaking news. The state of Minnesota is on edge and bracing for another night of protests after the police shooting of a black man just a few miles from where former officer Derek Chauvin is on trial for killing George Floyd. Well, tonight the cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul are under states of emergency, and the governor a 7 o'clock curfew for surrounding cities. This after police in the Minneapolis suburb of Brooklyn Center released body cam video showing Daunte Wright being killed during a traffic stop on Sunday. The chief there says the shooting was an accident, that the veteran officer who killed Wright thought she was firing her taser when she opened fire during a brief struggle with the 20-year-old. Wright's death set off violent protests overnight, and as we come on the air, today's release of that body cam video is doing little to calm a community and a country already outraged by the killing of George Floyd and frustrated by other recent encounters between police and people of color. We're going to cover it all tonight, and CBS's Omar Villafranca is going to lead us off tonight from just outside of Minneapolis in Brooklyn Center. Good evening, Omar.
Good evening, Nora. There's a big crowd of protesters behind me blocking the street in front of the Brooklyn Center Police Department. On the other side, National Guardsmen and officers in full riot gear standing behind concrete barricades and fencing that they have just set up, getting ready for what could become another long night.
This police body cam footage shows the final moments of 20-year-old Daunte Wright's life. Officers attempt to handcuff Wright after a traffic stop when Wright struggles to get back in his car. Another officer comes to help. But it was a gun, not a taser, that she fired. Wright managed to speed off, traveling a few blocks before crashing into another car. Authorities tried to revive him, but he died at the scene. Police Chief Tim Gannon described the shooting as an accidental discharge.
It is my belief that the officer had the intention to deploy their taser, but instead shot Mr. Wright with a single bullet.
The officer, who is described as very senior, has been placed on administrative leave. Calls for action against that officer are growing, including from Brooklyn Center's mayor.
We recognize that this couldn't have happened at a worse time.
Wright's killing sparked a night of chaos just 10 miles from where former officer Derek Chauvin is on trial for the murder of George Floyd. Protesters confronted police, who responded with flashbangs and tear gas, as local businesses were also looted. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey declared a state of emergency, and the governor set a 7 p.m. curfew for the entire city.
Spoken to the authorities there.
And President Biden mentioned Wright's death.
We should listen to Daunte's mom, who is calling for peace and calm.
The NBA, Major League Baseball, and the NHL have all postponed their games here in Minnesota. Again, there is a 7 p.m. curfew in place for tonight, and Nora will have to see what happens.
All right, Omar Villafranca, thank you. And just miles away from Brooklyn Center, the prosecution at Derek Chauvin's murder trial is close to wrapping up. Tonight, there was emotional testimony from George Floyd's brother. CBS's SIOUX is following the trial in Minneapolis.
That's my mother. That's my oldest brother, George. I miss both of them.
Heartbreaking testimony from George Floyd's younger brother, Philonis. He talked about George growing up in Houston and his close relationship with their mother.
He would always be up on our mom. He was a big mama's boy. He loved her so dearly.
He says their mother died before George had a chance to say goodbye in person. The last time Philonis saw George alive was at their mom's funeral in 2018.
George just sat there at the casket over and over again. He would just say, Mama, Mama, over and over again. He was just in pain the entire time.
Earlier on the stand, cardiologist Jonathan Rich echoed the testimony of previous expert witness.
The late shift. And unlike
Sioux Falls School Board is hearing from the public this evening on the next year's budget. That budget is around $277 million. According to a proposal from Superintendent Jane Stavum, a portion would go towards staff for Benton Rifle Middle and Jefferson High School, both of which are set to open this fall. The proposal also calls for adding 8 more school counselors. The board will also vote on moving the last day of this school year to May 26th.
Press again tonight.
Emotional testimony as the prosecution moves to wrap up their part of the case before the defense gets its turn. The jury today hearing from George Floyd's younger brother, Philonis Floyd, describing this photo.
That's my mother. She's no longer with us right now, but that's my oldest brother, George. Yeah. I miss both of them.
In his final moments, George Floyd called out for his mother. On the witness stand today, his brother describing their relationship as one of a kind.
He was a big mama's boy. He would just lay up on her in the fetus position like he was still in a womb. He showed us like how to treat our mom and how to respect our mom. He loved her so dearly.
The prosecution has called 38 witnesses, 10 of them doctors and other medical experts. Today, cardiologist Jonathan Rich knocking down defense claims Floyd's drug use and heart disease led to his death, saying Floyd would have lived if not for the officers.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Mr. Floyd's death was preventable?
Yes, I believe that Mr. George Floyd's death was absolutely preventable.
A dozen members of law enforcement have testified against Derek Chauvin. Today, Seth Stoughton, a former officer and an expert on the use of force, summing up what so many others have said.
No reasonable officer would have believed that that was an appropriate, acceptable, or reasonable use of force.
So let's get back to Alex Perez with us again tonight from Minneapolis. And Alex, the defense now expected to begin its part of the case tomorrow?
Yeah, David, and we expect the defense's case will be much shorter than the prosecution's. The judge telling the jury today that they should expect closing arguments on Monday. He also told them to pack a bag because they will be sequestered once deliberations begin. David?
All right, Alex Perez there in Minneapolis. Thank you, Alex. And as I mentioned off the top tonight, there is another scene unfolding at this hour, another deadly school shooting, this time at a high school in Knoxville, Tennessee. Multiple gunshot victims, including a city police officer. The school and surrounding area for a time placed on lockdown, and tonight federal authorities are on the scene. And here's ABC's Victor Oquendo.
Tonight, federal authorities are on the scene in Knoxville investigating a school shooting that left at least one person dead. Police responding to reports of an armed individual inside Austin East Magnet High School in Knoxville just after 3 p.m. Shots were fired as they approached.
We are not sure exactly how many victims there are. We do know that multiple people have been shot, including a KPD officer.
That officer shot at least once and taken to the hospital. The mayor telling our station WATE that the officer is conscious and alert. Authorities evacuating the school and locking down the surrounding area. One male pronounced dead at the scene, another male detained for further investigation. The governor reacting during a scheduled news conference late today.
Pray for that situation and for the families and the victims that might be affected by that in our state.
This school is no stranger to gun violence. 4 teenagers who attended Austin East have been shot and killed in just the last few months. This community is shaken tonight. A family member of one of those killed saying they've suffered enough. David?
All right, Victor Oquendo tonight. Thank you, Victor. Now to the coronavirus here in the U.S. and an alarming number tonight. We are now back to more than 70,000 new cases a day. Numbers we haven't seen in many months. Michigan among the places hardest hit. Tonight, the governor pleading with the White House for additional vaccine.
But this evening, the head of the CDC saying sending more vaccine is not the immediate solution, suggesting Michigan should, in her words, close things down. ABC's Eva Pilgrim from Dearborn tonight.
Tonight, an alarming rise in coronavirus cases now rivaling last summer's surge. Deaths now creeping up, too. Doctors in Michigan warning the virus there is burning like a wildfire.
We're still seeing patients in critical condition. We're still seeing patients that are ending up on ventilators.
The crush of COVID patients now forcing several Michigan hospitals to pause elective surgeries. The governor is pleading for more vaccine.
We could get more vaccines in arms.
More resources are on the way to Michigan, but the White House COVID team today pushing back, saying a whack-a-mole approach with the vaccine supply won't work.
The answer is not necessarily to give vaccine. In fact, we know that the vaccine will have a delayed response. The answer to that is to really close things down, to go back to our basics, to go back to where we were last spring, last summer, and to shut things down, to flatten the curve.
In Detroit, 40% of new cases are people between 20 and 40 years old. Health officials tell us there's enough vaccine. The challenge is getting people to take it.
So are people just not wanting to get the vaccine?
I think there's a lot of mistrust in the community. Young people, they feel as though they're invincible, that they're healthy, they're not going to get sick, they're not going to get COVID.
In Colorado, Shane Green is in the hospital on oxygen.
I think the worst was not being able to breathe. It's really lonely in here.
The 40-year-old mother worries for other families as more restrictions are eased.
It's very serious, and I don't think restrictions should be lifted.
Over the weekend, a record number, 4.6 million vaccines administered in one day. But states now facing a new hurdle.
Or chewing on items they shouldn't. Panting, house oiling, diarrhea, and vomiting. Cats may urinate in places other than their litter box.
If nothing seems to be working, Dr. Hofer recommends that you visit your vet, and they may prescribe anxiety medication as a last resort. Persevere.
When it Triller Fight Club presents Jake.
Welcome back. Heartbreaking testimony from George Floyd's younger brother. Let's listen.
He just was like a person that everybody loved around the community. He just knew how to make people feel better. George, he would always be up on our mom. He was a big mama's boy. I cry a lot, but George, he loved his mom. That's my oldest brother, George. I miss both of them.
Emotional moment there. It's a picture of George Floyd with his mom. Well, let's talk about this. Vinu said that should have been objected to, but Misty, help me out here. How are you going to object to that? I think if you're Eric Nelson, it happens. It didn't last long, and that's that.
Yeah, it's tough, Mike, and there's a lot of reasons to object, and there's also strategic reasons to not raise objections during testimony. But to that point, this spark of life witness testimony during the trial, and not the penalty phase of the trial, during the actual prosecution's case, is a very unique statute to Minnesota. And just so everybody has context, and for our viewers, there were evidentiary motions made regarding this particular testimony that were dealt with outside of the courtroom. So the parameters of the testimony were already determined before we came into the courtroom today. My guess would be, to the extent that Eric Nelson had an objection with respect to this witness, those objections are still preserved in the context of arguing those motions. So he likely does have some objections regarding the parameters of what this witness was permitted to testify to. But I will say, and Vinu did hit on this point, this is a very, very unique rule in Minnesota that you don't really see in other jurisdictions. And certainly this type of emotional testimony absolutely does have an impact on the jury, tugs at the heartstrings, and the prosecution put him on the stand for that purpose.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, George Floyd, a son, a brother, a father himself, and in that short testimony, we got all of that. You know, another thing that you mentioned, and this gets us to our look ahead, where's the defense going to go? And you know the first question, as they present their case, and Ariva, I'll ask you, it gets us back to a question we've hit off and on through these, now into our third week. Will Derek Chauvin take the stand or not? Where do you stand on that right now? Do you think he will?
Yeah, if I was a betting woman, I would say no. There are too many risks associated with him taking the stand and testifying. The possibility that he opens the door to very negative testimony that the prosecution would be able to exploit. I do want to comment, though, Mike, on this concept of Eric Nelson being incompetent. I agree wholeheartedly with Joey. Eric Nelson is not incompetent. Eric Nelson has not put on an incompetent defense for Derek Chauvin. Derek Chauvin has a bad case. Derek Chauvin has facts against him that any lawyer, the best lawyers, we could have the late Johnny Cochran trying this case and he would still have problems. So I think we have to just acknowledge the reality of the case that he found himself with. And on the issue of sequestering this jury, the reality is I think the judge made the right choice on that as well. The issue of black men, unarmed black men and women encounter with police officers is not going anywhere. That's going to continue to be in the news, whether it's the young man, Mr. Wright, that was killed last night in Minnesota, or the lieutenant in the Army that was just pepper sprayed in Virginia. These are issues that are not going away. So the judge would essentially be confronted, the jurors would be confronted with these issues on a daily basis. They're in the news, and so I think the judge made the right call on that as well.
Got it. Darren Porcher, when you get back to Eric Nelson and whether or not Derek Chauvin's going to take the stand, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I'll turn that to the attorneys. If it happens, it'll happen at the end, most likely. But back to it, Darren, if he takes the stand, to Ariva's point, it's risky because they're going to bring up this video moment by moment. How's he going to explain himself?
Yeah, I understand it. You know, when we speak to Eric Nelson, look, this is the horse that he rode in on. So he has to do the best with what he has. Derek Chauvin has no choice but to take the stand because there's damning evidence that's aligned against him. Therefore, what does he have to lose? I mean, we've seen a mountain of evidence that's come against him. And then we have to take in consideration police officers. It's commonplace for an officer to testify in court. Therefore, he should have a grave understanding as to what to say while he's in court. I mean, he's a 19-year veteran. He's been involved in use of force cases in the past where people have actually been shot, where he's testified. That being said, police officers are traditionally better on the stand than your average citizen that comes in to testify. So this is what he has to do, and this is his only ability to humanize himself to the jury, because the jurors only see these pictures of Derek Chauvin in a damning state, such as frowns on his face, making statements as to EMS is on the way and not applying medical treatment. So this is his only chance to humanize himself to the jury. Therefore, I don't think he has any other choice but to take the stand as a result. And as you mentioned, Mike, it's going to be the last stage in the defense's case.
Will he take the stand? And if so, will he apologize? Can he explain himself, or will he get torn apart? Town cardiologist says George Floyd.
Take it on with
saved jobs because it's utterly non-falsifiable. Just so you know, just this morning I did or saved 500 push-ups. And I think that this thing it gets to this larger problem that we.
This is Jerry from New Jersey, Independent Line. Good morning.
And you try to help all boats rise.
Well, you've raised many more important topics than I have time to talk to you about.
I know, I didn't get into the whole thing of...
In community we call home is made up of remarkable children and adults with extraordinary hearts. Join our team today. Flexible schedules, competitive pay, great benefits are just a...
States can do to try and help bring this conflict to an end.
Front lines in eastern Ukraine. The simmering conflict with Russian-backed rebels. Once again, the focus of US concern. As tensions with Russia ratchet higher, CNN has gained this unprecedented access to the Ukrainian president on a carefully planned troop visit. Flight.
Are you carrying a script? Are you an actor?
No, I'm a writer.
Oh, did you?
It could go a long way.
I talked to him about attending one of my seminars.
We buy one set of,
Sure, you're not allowed to look at my privates, so I guess we'll never.
Need to soften stools, we're all agreed. Number 2 should be easy to do. Just
unusual pain in your hip, groin, or thigh, as unusual thigh bone fractures have occurred. Speak to your doctor.
Yards from the enemy. Looks more like the First World War.
I mean, we've entered this warrant of
flyboydonuts.com.
Hook a big one this April.
Priorities. I want time for the people I love.
Migrants, this often happens this time of year, but of course, we're seeing record numbers of
Syria. When Syria was developing a nuclear plant, Israel took it out. And now Iran, it certainly appears that Israel has taken out or at least...
Relax, can you please relax?
Get out of the car right now.
This is not how you treat a vet. I'm actively serving this country, and this is how you're gonna treat me? I didn't do anything. Whoa, hold on. What's going? Hold on. Watch. Watch it.
Get out of the car. Get out of the car now.
That's up. That's
Get out of the car now.
Sir, just get out of the car. I'm trying to breathe.
You can see on the video the attempt by him to de-escalate. He's recording it. He's mentioning that he's in the military and what appears to be this escalation from outside the car by the officer, who is now fired. We can tell you the Virginia governor says they're beginning an outside review of the whole incident, and Nazzaro is suing the officers involved on the newly released video. That's an update there. I have something very special coming up. I hope you'll stay with us. Our colleague and friend, Eamon Moildeen, live in Guatemala City with an exclusive interview. We'll explain after this.
Pain or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Tell your provider about vision.
Back in the classroom.
The outdoor campus is set to host a Bat Appreciation Day virtual event. We'll have that story coming up on KELOLAND News.
Breaking win at the Masters. Hear what Tiger Woods is saying after this exciting finish Sunday at Augusta. Not only for the viewers and the winner, but for the country he represents. Here's CBS's Mark Strassman.
With that winning putt, Matsuyama, Hideki Matsuyama had mastered Augusta and lifted a burden he carried for all of Japan.
I hope taking this green jacket back to Japan will be a proud moment for not only the youngsters, but all those in Japan that have been rooting for me.
Matsuyama was a golf prodigy. For the last decade, he has carried golf-crazy Japan's hopes for a man to win a major championship.
He's going to win majors.
On Sunday, his second shot on 15 skittered off course. Hear the anguish from the Japanese announcers.
When you put on the green jacket for the first time, raise your hands in the air, big smile.
I wasn't able to celebrate on the 18th green, but putting that green jacket on in front of all the patrons made it all worthwhile.
Tiger Woods tweeted, "This historical win will impact the entire golf world." Matsuyama's caddy bowed in respect to the Masters course, like everyone in golf today, to Hideki Matsuyama. Mark Strassman, CBS News, Augusta, Georgia.
It was a great match for all who played, one for the history books. We'll be right back.
This portion of the CBS...
That might make the conflict in this country even worse. It would...
Premfaya is also approved for adults with active psoriatic arthritis.
Success is not a laxative. It helps you have more frequent and...
Because we all deserve an answer.
He spends time in a room with patients. You know how I know that, Mike? Because he was able to take these really complex constructs involving the heart and its function and really broke it down so that everybody can see. And he even emphasized this point that, yeah, you know, George Floyd had significant heart disease. He did. I mean, in one spot, he had 90% occlusion. He's got hypertension, cardiomeg. But he emphasized this is an ischemic event, Mike. And what I mean by that is that at the end of the day, George Floyd's heart failed as a result of an absence or a lack of oxygenated blood. You know, the whole system essentially shut down. Well, how do we arrive at that point? Well, we know he didn't have a classic heart attack, which is, of course, a myocardial infarction, which means part of the heart muscle died. There was no evidence of that at the autopsy. So what it comes down to is that there is an absence of oxygen supply in the heart muscle. I thought Dr. Rich did a fantastic job, again, bookending all of these science witnesses. I think my biggest takeaway from all of this is going to be to see how in the world is the defense going to mitigate the testimony of all of the science. I can't wait to see who they've got coming up in order to battle this or combat what the prosecution has put forward.
Yeah, no, and he echoed other the science experts saying it was the main cause of death was not the heart, it was not drug overdose, but it was the actions of officers or lack thereof. We've got to play this. Again, this was pivotal testimony, and once again, we're taken back to the scene, back to the body camera footage, and it's Officer King who says, "I can't find a pulse. No action is taken." Here it is.
He's not responsive right now, bro. No, bro, look at him. He's not responsive right now, bro. Bro, are you serious? Is he breathing right now? Check his pulse. Check his pulse. Check his pulse, Kyle. Check his pulse.
Suspect is sitting on 20 to 30 years old. Predicted is crying, and the suspect has a gun pointed at a good attitude.
What do you think that is? You saw you call when you call when you doing okay.
You heard Officer King there say, "I can't find a pulse." Venu Varghese, how's the defense going to argue that? Time's ticking down, but go ahead.
Well, they're going to have to come back and combat all these witnesses that the prosecution have with some of their own medical experts and argue what Nelson has been saying, that all these different combinations of factors led to George Floyd's death. And if you come back, again, I want to bring back to the point that when he asked Dr. Rich, and our colleague just talked about how good he was as a witness, you know, Nelson asked him a question point blank. If he didn't get out of the car, if he had just complied with the arrest, basically, would he be dead? And he allowed that witness to get out of that answer and not answer it yes or no. This is another example of Nelson not being up to the task and controlling these witnesses. You have to control the courtroom. He's not doing that.
Got it. Joey Jackson, as we look ahead to the defense case, again, time ticking down on us a little bit, where does he begin? Where does Eric Nelson start his case?
You got to attack the primary issues in this case. I'll be brief. What are we talking about? We're talking about cause of death. Bring somebody on that stand that talks about the toxic brew that related and resulted in the death of George Floyd that did not have anything to do, well, contributing factor, neck compression. You got to refute that in some way. Then you have to pivot to the issue of use of force and establish that it was objectively reasonable. Try it if you can. This is compelling, important testimony. That's where the defense has to go. That's the battleground of this case. If they can make hay with that, they stand a chance. My view of the issue, though, is that I think the prosecution is pretty well in hand with respect to moving towards a conviction.
And you still say Derek Chauvin does not testify?
I say that he cannot testify, Mike. He would be savage. You have to do a cost-benefit analysis. He has too much explaining to do with regard to what he did, what he did not do, and not only what he did and didn't do and the objective reasonableness, but opening the door to a variety of evidence concerning his prior bad acts, his misconduct, which to now could be ruled out. But if he says one thing, you know what? It's over. I say too risky. He doesn't testify.
All right. Again.
Download Investigate TV for your Roku and Amazon Fire devices.
Tonight, the shocking body cam video of the deadly police shooting that sparked violent unrest near Minneapolis. The disturbing images of Daunte Wright, a 20-year-old black man, shot point blank in a struggle during a traffic stop. The police chief saying the officer mistook her gun for her taser, calling the shooting accidental. The outraged protesters clashing with police, a state of emergency declared, a curfew ordered, and the National Guard on alert. Also, the judge in the Derek Chauvin trial rejecting the defense's request to sequester the jury after the unrest over Daunte Wright just miles away. And George Floyd's brother taking the stand the moment that moved him to tears. Breaking tonight, the deadly shooting at a high school in Tennessee. Multiple gunshot victims, including a police officer. The CDC director calling on Michigan to shut things down as COVID soars there, while the CDC says vaccines alone cannot stop the surge. And my exclusive with Jon Stewart, his new mission to help veterans in the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, the serious health issues many face.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening, everyone. It feels all too familiar. An unarmed black man shot by police during a minor traffic stop. Tonight, however, a different twist, but one no less tragic. Police in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, releasing officer body cam video within hours of the fatal shooting of 20-year-old Daunte Wright. The video revealing what the police chief believes may have been an accident, appearing to show an officer firing into Wright during a struggle. Then realizing in shock it was not a taser she fired, but her handgun. You'll see for yourself in a moment, and I'll caution you, it is hard to watch. Meantime, the community bracing for another night of protests and unrest. President Biden making this appeal this afternoon.
We do know that the anger, pain, and trauma that exists in the black community in that environment is real. It's serious and it's consequential. But it will not justify violence and or looting. We should listen to Daunte's mom, who is calling for peace and calm.
The shooting happened just miles from the courthouse where the Minneapolis police officer accused of the murder of George Floyd is on trial. Let's begin with Megan Fitzgerald.
Body camera video released today shows the moment when 20-year-old Daunte Wright, a black man, was shot and killed at the hands of police Sunday afternoon. Wright was pulled over for driving with expired tags, and police discovered he had a warrant out for his arrest.
That's why they were moving from the car and they were making custodial arrest.
Police Chief Tim Gannon calling this an accidental shooting.
It is my belief that the officer had the intention to deploy their taser, but instead shot Mr. Wright with a single bullet.
Wright then drove off, crashing into another car. His girlfriend was in the passenger seat when he was pulled over, and his mother on the phone.
I heard the police officer come to the window and say, put the phone down and get out of the car. And Daunte said, why? And he said, well, explain to you when you get out of the car. A minute later, I called and his girlfriend answered, which was the passenger in the car, and said that he'd been shot.
Hundreds of protesters took to the streets outraged, marching to the Brooklyn Center police station where the situation escalated. Police deploying rubber bullets, tear gas, and flashbangs. The officer now placed on leave as the mayor calls for her termination.
I do fully support releasing the officer of her duties.
The police chief saying the officer is entitled to due process. This taking place just outside of Minneapolis, a city already anxious as jurors will soon decide the fate of ex-officer Derek Chauvin.
A state of emergency has been declared in Minneapolis. Here in Brooklyn Center, a curfew is in place, but more protests are expected tonight. Lester?
All right, Megan, thank you. And not far from the scene of that shooting, the trial of Derek Chauvin entered its third week with compelling new testimony about the cause of George Floyd's death and emotional testimony from his brother. Gabe Gutierrez is in Minneapolis.
About 10 miles from the unrest overnight in Brooklyn Center. This is obviously a high-profile case. This morning, Derek Chauvin's defense attorney asked the judge to sequester the jury.
I would note for the court that we have at least one juror who's a resident of that particular city and other jurors who have connections to Brooklyn Center.
The judge denied the motion.
I understand the argument from the defense that this now puts them even more ill at ease, but I think sequestering them would only aggravate that.
The prosecution then called its 36th witness, Chicago cardiologist Dr. Jonathan Rich.
I believe that Mr. George Floyd's death was absolutely preventable.
He testified that George Floyd's death was caused by low oxygen levels induced by Chauvin's restraint.
George Floyd did not die from a primary cardiac event, and he did not die from a drug overdose.
Next on the stand, Floyd's brother, Phalonis.
He just knew how to make people feel better.
He was what's known as a spark of life witness, meant to show the jury more about Floyd's life and family.
That's my mother. She's no longer with us right now, but that's my oldest brother, George. I miss both of them.
The prosecution's final witness says so, the national use of force expert from South Carolina.
It's clear from the number of officers and Mr. Floyd's position, the fact that he's handcuffed and has been searched, he doesn't present a threat of harm.
It's not clear how many witnesses the defense will call or whether Chauvin himself will testify. Chauvin's attorney has indicated he'll call at least one police officer back to the stand. But today the judge said he'll limit the questioning of Maurice Hall, the passenger in Floyd's SUV, who told the court he'll invoke the Fifth Amendment to avoid questions about whether he provided Floyd drugs. The prosecution now expects to officially rest its case tomorrow, Lester.
And Gabe, a few moments ago, I understand you spoke with the Floyd family. What did they have to say?
Yeah, Phalonis Floyd told me it's been an extremely emotional day, and family attorney Ben Crump told me the family is outraged that another officer would be so reckless in the midst of this trial, Lester.
All right, Gabe, thank you. Still developing tonight, a shooting at a high school in Knoxville, Tennessee. One person is dead, and a police officer was among those shot. Here's Aaron McLaughlin.
Tonight, a community on edge after a shooting at a high school in Knoxville, Tennessee. According to police, there are at least 2 gunshot victims, including a police officer. One male pronounced dead at the scene, another detained for further investigation.
Pray for that situation and for the families and the victims that might be affected by that in our state.
I was really glad to have the opportunity to meet with the officer who was hurt, and he's conscious and he's in good spirits.
The shooting happened around 3:15 p.m. local time at Austin East Magnet High School. The campus quickly locked down. Knoxville is a community that's been hit hard by gang violence. Since the beginning of the year, at least 4 teenagers have been shot and killed near the school. 10 homicides have been reported within a 1.5-mile radius of the school in just over the last year.
We're losing our kids at an early age, and it is not fair to us or the parents.
Tonight, a community reeling and renewing calls for action. Aaron McLaughlin, NBC News.
In just 60 seconds, calls for new restrictions in the state that's now become the COVID epicenter. And Jon Stewart's important new mission, our conversation, coming up.
Melissa, this news that it was accidental, how do you think that will go down with people who were clearly very upset about the police shooting over the weekend and last night?
We have a great divide in our community, so I think those who the police are wrong no matter what, that side will work their agenda, and I won't blame them for that. But then there's the other side that will say, she didn't mean to do it. But then there's Lisa Clemens that says whether she meant to do it or not, a life was lost. And we have to address that.
Sam, you track police violence, you map all of this nationwide. I think a lot of people are wondering, how did this incident that began as a traffic stop end up with a man dead? What would you say to that?
So I'd say that sadly this is all too common in this country. Last year we did an analysis where we found 1,127 cases where police killed people last year, 2020. Of that, 121 people were killed by police after being stopped for a traffic violation. 121 people over the course of a year. So this isn't rare, this isn't an isolated incident, this isn't something that is uncommon, this is the rule and not the exception. Indeed, when you look at police violence overall, the majority of cases in this country where the police end up killing people, those cases began as either a traffic stop, a mental health crisis, a domestic disturbance, or another low-level non-violent offense. So these sort of low-level issues, traffic violations, low-level offenses, actually result in hundreds and hundreds of people being killed by the police each year. And we have to think about this systemically. This isn't just an accident on the part of one officer. This is a system that should not have had an armed police officer on the scene to stop somebody for a traffic violation in the first place. And so, again, we have to zoom out because we've seen case after case, video after video, example after example that this is systemic, that this is a crisis across the country. This is something that's going to require a lot more than just simply addressing the individual officer in this case. This is about the system as a whole continuing to kill people for the smallest of things, and in many cases for nothing at all.
And Lisa, in this particular case, as we mentioned, you are a former police officer as well. As Sam mentioned, this is an officer who is armed with both a gun and a taser. As the police chief explains, he believes she drew her taser, or rather meant to draw her taser and accidentally drew her gun. How easy is it for something like that to happen, and does that raise concerns about training and experience?
I think training and experience is key. It does happen, but it's still inexcusable. For me, it's still inexcusable. Police officers are going to make traffic stops, and they will continue to make traffic stops. But I think a bigger part of this is fear factors on both sides. And I don't think anything will change until we start talking about that fear and being realistic about that fear on both sides. That young man shouldn't have been that afraid to be arrested, regardless of whatever the charge was against him. And I say that about George Floyd as well. He should not have been that afraid to be arrested. So there are some things that need to change, some big things, but on both sides.
So Lisa, specific to your community, what are some of those things that need to change? As you mentioned, you are just miles from where George Floyd was killed last year.
Some of it for us, meaning the Black community, is this unchecked trauma or this historical trauma that continues to re-traumatize us. We haven't been able to unpack one event before there's another event behind it, not just in our state, but in other states. But the biggest problem is that trust factor that is not there on either side.
Sam, you mentioned the need for systemic overhaul. Be specific for me, if you can. What needs to happen, not just in Minnesota, but around the country? If you look to a state like Maryland, for example, that just passed a police overhaul, is it something like that needs to change?
So obviously this is a complex issue that requires a multifaceted solution. There's not sort of one magical answer to all of this, but we do know the broad sort of outlays of the types of solutions that need to be implemented all across the country. First of all, we know that we need to dramatically restrict the overall scope and role of police in society. And so that means that we are not thinking about police, an armed agent of the state, as the de facto response to issues of homelessness or substance abuse or mental health, or somebody who's driving 5 miles over the speed limit. There are other responses, and in fact now over the past year, since the police killed George Floyd, a number of cities, in part based on pressure from local organizing groups, have begun to pilot some of those alternative models.
A lot of people paying a lot of attention to all these issues, and of course to Minnesota tonight. Sam Youngway and Lisa Clemens, thank you very much to both of you for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Your relationship, the city council and the mayor hire them, and so they're the only ones that could have done this. But Emily, I want to go into this case because it's tough. It's really tough. You see something like this, it is hard to watch. You also see the officer's side where she said, clearly is startled. She made the wrong decision. What does the law say about when you unintentionally shoot someone in the line of duty? Because we want justice for the family, but this is an accidental shooter based on what we know so far. So what does the law say?
Right, so for accidental shootings, usually that spurs two investigations: an outside agency investigation to determine whether charges should be filed, and an internal one to determine whether any internal policies were violated, and if so, to recommend commensurate punishment. Now here in Minnesota, it's the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which is investigating the police officer shooting, which always happens there in that state. Note in the last about 10 years, there have been 17 accidental shootings that resulted in criminal charges being filed, and about 28 that resulted in civil lawsuits that then had settlements from $200,000 to up to several million. And of course, we are in the same state, Minnesota, where former officer Derek Chauvin is on trial, and one of his charges is that unintentional manslaughter. It's that second-degree manslaughter that requires a certain degree of negligence here. So the answer to your question, stepping back, is that there's a whole range of both up to criminal, civil charges, and also the right and the reservation to not press any charges at all.
Are you ready to join the
community? Meanwhile, as Minneapolis reels over yet another tragic death of a black man at the hands of police, well, there's another incident in Virginia. New footage from last December was released over the weekend showing active duty Afro-Latino Army officer, Second Lieutenant Karen Nazario, in uniform no less, being pulled over by police in Windsor, Virginia, with guns drawn and then pepper sprayed.
Get out of the car! Get out of the car now! What's going on? You're fixing to ride the lightning, son. Get out the car! You received an order. Obey it.
I'm honestly afraid to get out. Can I?
Yeah, you should be. Get out. Back up.
Whoa, hold on. What's going on? Hold on. I don't.
Air Force, he's deployed. Get out of the car and get on the ground now. You're going to get it again.
I don't even want to reach my seatbelt.
Take your seatbelt off and get out of the car.
The officer pepper sprayed and pointed a gun at Lieutenant Nazario and could be heard making that ride the lightning threat has been fired. Lieutenant Nazario was ultimately not criminally charged or cited for any traffic violation. He's filed a lawsuit against both officers involved, alleging they violated his Fourth Amendment rights. The complaint also alleges the police officers threatened to destroy Nazario's military career if he complained about the incident. And in body camera footage taken after first responders arrived, one of the officers questioned why the lieutenant hadn't complied with the officer's commands.
We'd be done by now.
It's a simple traffic violation. Mr. Nazario, look, you want to stop in a well-lit area because you're nervous.
Yes.
The whole BLM movement, you're probably nervous and all that. They feel the same way. They're nervous for their jobs and their lives. I get where you're coming from. They get where you're coming from. So let's let this pepper spray kind of wear off and stuff, and then just have an intelligent conversation with them.
Wow. Joining me now, Marilyn Mosby, state's attorney for Baltimore City. Charles Booker, former Kentucky state representative, and Cedric Alexander, former chief of police in Rochester, New York, and DeKalb County, Georgia, and a former member of President Obama's task force on 21st century policing. There is a lot to unpack here. Let me read really quickly the town of Windsor, Virginia's statement on the Virginia traffic stop. The investigation of this event began immediately. At the conclusion of this investigation, it was determined that Windsor Police Department policy was not followed. This resulted in disciplinary action. The department-wide requirements for additional training were implemented beginning in January and continue to the present. And then it notes that Officer Gutierrez was terminated. It's hard to even know where to begin here, but I'm going to go with you, Chief Alexander. I don't know how you train people not to just be authoritarian and overly aggressive if that's just who they are. This is not a training problem, right? I mean, this does not strike me as a problem with training. It strikes me as a problem with hiring people who don't have maturity to be police.
Well, first of all, both these incidents are not a training issue. But let's take the incident with the Army lieutenant to begin with. That whole scenario, that whole idea that was a felony stop, that was not a felony stop. He called it in as that, but that was a lie. And then when he approached the vehicle the way that he did, he used no tactical advantage if that truly had been a felony stop. How can you get a felony stop out of a tag that is not being displayed where police can see it? That's not a felony stop. So there's everything is wrong with this. He was belittled, the officer was. He was disrespected. They showed and gave no consideration to the fact that he served his country. But basically, and more importantly than any of that, Joy, they didn't even treat him like a decent human being. That is what's horribly sad. And when you ask the American public, whether it's black or white, blue or gray, to find some decency in that, nobody that's got a conscience about themselves can find any decency in it. It's embarrassing to me as a 40-year veteran because I'm not going to try to excuse it. I'm not going to try to rationalize it. It was wrong. Poor policing, poor selection of personnel, and that entire city government, all those elected officials in that Virginia town need to be held responsible for hiring characters and individuals who conduct themselves that way. Not just officers should be fired, all of them should be fired.
And very quickly, do police officers get trained on the difference between a taser and a Glock, if they're carrying a Glock? Because to me, they don't seem to look all that similar.
Well, absolutely they do. And I don't know what happened in this particular case there in Minnesota, but it is very, very strange. But if she was confused, she's going to have to be able to articulate that, people other than themselves. But that is just very tragic beyond belief. I don't know what was going through her head, but it is very hard in this climate or any other climate to get people to resonate with and understand how you go from not being able to identify a big yellow taser to a steel black Glock. It's very difficult for people to understand that, and not just in this climate that we're in, but in general. So I can't explain it. She's not happy.
You have to rack a gun. I mean, you're telling me that they just carry, bullet in the chamber ready to fire, and you literally cannot tell your Glock or tell your firearm, your service weapon from a taser? I'm not sure you should be a cop. Let's move on to Attorney Mosby, because the thing that kind of feels like it's similar in so many of these cases is that the reason for the stop is minor. It's, the Freddie Gray case, which you very bravely, because it wasn't very popular with a lot of law enforcement, prosecuted those officers. It wasn't like he did some super crime, right? You think about all of these issues are something that's relatively minor. There was an air freshener in the back of Daunte Wright's car. They pull him over for that minor thing, and then they start to run him for prior to see if they got something else on him to get a bigger crime going. The stop over a paper license tag in the back of the lieutenant's truck. He just bought the car. Is the issue here, because I know you're doing something about that in Baltimore City, that there are too many stops over nothing, over minor stuff, and police are getting too involved in that?
So you're absolutely right, Joy. I think that we in this country have to start to reimagine what policing and public safety looks like, because for Black people in this country, these low-level offenses, this needless interaction with law enforcement can lead to a death sentence for Black people. And as you've already indicated, it's making eye contact in a high crime neighborhood and ending up dead, right? Sandra Bland failed to put on a turn signal. George Floyd is alleged to have passed a $20 bill during a global pandemic for groceries. And so, yes, we, as an expectation, we have relied on the police to respond to every social ill of society, whether that's mental health, whether that's substance use disorder. It's time to reevaluate that. But more importantly, Joy, it's the culture of violent policing that has existed for Black people in this country that will continue to exist until there's a recognition that there's a problem. It's not until we had iPhones and social media and body-worn cameras that America would believe that a police officer would have the gall to put his knee on someone's neck, handcuffed for 9 minutes and 30 seconds. America has not been willing and wanted to believe that a Black uniformed lieutenant in the United States Army can be subjected to the overly dominant policing and brutality that is inflicted on Black people every single day in this country.
Yeah, and Charles Booker, the gall of, trying to get this lieutenant to, just let it go, because, they're so afraid of Black Lives Matter, these police. Blaming Black Lives Matter for the fact that police are brutal and cruel and say you're going to ride the lightning, and that's because they're so afraid of Black Lives Matter. Your thoughts, because you were quite involved in the Breonna Taylor Black Lives Matter movement. Your thoughts on that?
Well, Joy, first of all, thank you for having me, and your point is absolutely right. I think this highlights a reality that if you look like me, you're going to be seen as a deadly weapon before being seen as a human being. And we are traumatized, we are terrorized, and then we're told to just let it go. And when will this stop? For us here in Kentucky, it was Breonna Taylor's door being busted in. It was David McAtee, the barbecue man. Hashtag after hashtag of our loved ones being lost. And it really does speak to the fact that we are not being treated as human beings, and we're criminalizing folks because of the color of their skin or how much or how little money they have in their pocket, and we're excusing it away instead of doing something about it. And now is the time for us to say enough. That's why I've stood up in my own right to say that I come from that struggle. I've had a firearm pulled out on me for a rolling stop. And thankfully, I'm still here. But a lot of our loved ones aren't. And it won't change unless we determine that structural racism is at the heart of it, and that we want this inequity to go away, and that we lead for it. And so I want to commend Attorney Mosby for speaking into that and understanding that we are criminalizing poor communities, and that is hurting our future. And I want to lift up the work that we're doing here in Kentucky to say that no-knock warrants should not be in place, that we need to address qualified immunity. That needs to go. We need to uplift the humanity of people. And that includes in every office, which certainly includes the United States Senate, which I'm excited to talk to you about.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to come to that very shortly. Cedric Alexander, I want to, the sort of idea, and it does feel in some ways as if internally, police are sort of told it's you against them. It's you against the public. The public are the enemy. Every single person you run across is a threat, especially as we just heard from Charles Booker, if that person is black. Just assume that they're threatening. Police officer, it is a dangerous job in some senses, but there were 48 firearm-related fatalities in 2020, according to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund, each of them tragic to their families. But there were 264 fatalities in 2020 from COVID, and the leading cause was COVID. COVID is actually, much more dangerous because officers are confronting people and getting close to them in a lot of cases. 145 officers died from COVID, right? And versus 48 from firearms-related facilities. Meanwhile, 1,021 people were shot and killed by on-duty police officers in 2020. Almost none of them will go to prison. Vox had a headline saying police officers are prosecuted for murder in less than 2% of fatal shootings. 2%. It almost never happens. And so what is happening within the communication between police, the unions, et cetera, and police? Are police being essentially almost sort of ramped up against the public as if the public are just a threat by default?
Well, there's a historical context we can go back to from the inception of policing in this country. I don't have to reiterate that. Everybody know what that is. We know how policing stood up in this country and what it has traditionally been. And even in the changes and the differences we've tried to make over the years, we're still somewhat in the same place. Any death is tragic. I've had to bury police officers being a chief. I've had to talk to families of police officers who were involved in the shooting and killed a family member. It is tough. Either way it goes, it's horrible. We don't want to lose any lives. But to your question very specifically, policing is broken in this country, and we got to find a way to fix it. Because every time we have an incident like this to occur, it's not based on what the police think happens. As you heard, that chief tried to rationalize what happened in that shooting. Well, it was accidental. Maybe it was, but that's not a conclusion for him to draw this early in an investigation. Right. You need to leave that up to the investigator because it sounds defensive and it's not working for policing. But at the same time, it becomes very apparent to me, someone who knows the profession, who understands the difficulties that job men and women have to do to go out here to serve and protect, because there are thousands of good police officers. But those who are out here offending the badge, who feel they're above the law, who cannot and do not want to connect with communities of color, regardless of where they are, they don't have a place in this profession. And people like ourselves, even myself, we got to speak out against it because it's the good officers who want better, and it puts them in a very precarious situation that they don't want to be in. And I'm here to protect the good officers, not those who take it up on themselves and treat people like trash. Not acceptable.
And Attorney Mosby, it is, as I said, there's this conflict, right, between what a lot of people want, because look, there are a lot of people who want the movements of black bodies to be constantly policed and monitored. They want enforcement of lower level drug crimes, even though a lot of Silicon Valley boys are selling weed now. It's popular for them to do it, but if they know that there's weed being sold in Baltimore, they want those people prosecuted, right? So when you went out and said, I'm not going to do that anymore, What was the reaction? Because I know there are some people who are concerned that this will just unleash more crime. If you don't go out and over-police these minor crimes, there'll just be an explosion of crime.
So one of the things that I recognize is, as a prosecutor, my ability to shape the criminal justice system. Recognizing, as I stated, that these low-level offenses for Black people in this country can lead to a death sentence. So what I came out and did, it was as a result of the COVID policies, global pandemic. I consulted with public health experts, and we moved to depopulate the jails and the prisons, and we had an experiment. So for over a year, we basically came out and said, we're not going to prosecute these low-level offenses. Drug possession, prostitution, trespassing, urinating, defecating in public, open container, all of these low-level offenses that have nothing to do with public safety. And what we found out through the data, we eliminated 1,400 warrants. We dismissed 1,400 cases. And based upon that data, I'm happy to say that what we were able to do was to showcase the drug arrests went down by 80%. The number of individuals going in and out of the jails went down by 39%. The recidivism rate, only 5 of those 1,500 individuals actually recidivated. And our violent crime, unlike 63 of the 66 major municipalities in the country, our violent crime went down 20%, and our property crime went down 39%. What we did see a spike in was non-fatal shootings and homicides. And what I've said, based upon the data, is the decline in crime wasn't attributable to my policies. It was attributable to the leadership and stability in the police department. But what that data suggests to me was that these low-level offenses, our crime didn't go up. Those low-level offenses never had anything to do with public safety. And so we made those policies permanent going forward.
Yeah. And that is a good thing, because I think less interaction from...
I'm Jessica Dean on Capitol Hill, and this is CNN.
Breaking news, investigators on the scene of a deadly shooting at a high school in Knoxville, Tennessee. One person dead, a police officer injured after responding to reports of an armed man at the school. Nick Valencia is out front. And Nick, we're awaiting a press conference from investigators. I know this is coming.
And taken to the hospital for further observation. A Yankton family lost their home in a fire overnight. Crews responded to a report just before 4 this morning in the southern part of the city. When firefighters arrived, they found the home completely engulfed. 5 people were inside when the home caught fire.
Are you 90?
I'm not.
All 5 were able to get out through a window onto the roof and down a ladder.
Beginning next week, South Dakotans are encouraged to dial a few extra numbers when making a phone call, according to the Public Utilities Commission. Come April 24th, residents are asked to dial.
Considering trying to, you're already a public official, you're already an elected official, of maybe upgrading to DC to see if there's more that you can do. Well, tell me about your plans. Tell me about your plans.
Well, you know, I listened to the account of what happened, and all I can think about is my heart breaking for Daunte. His son, his little man, is going to turn 2 at the same time that I'm bringing another baby into the world. My wife and I are bringing a daughter. Her name is going to be Justice because of the fight that we still have before us. And when we think about the struggles that we're facing and the fact that these challenges are not only real, they're structural and they're generational, and that we need healing right now, and we have to come together across racial divides, across geographical divides, across partisan divides to acknowledge that this is a fight for our future. I'm committed to that here in Kentucky. And that is why today I emphatically and urgently announced an exploratory committee for U.S. Senate to take a stand, to build a movement, to finally remove Rand Paul from office so that we can have leaders in every level of government that give a damn about our lives and will fight for us, not against us, because we all deserve the chance to pursue our dreams and surpass them, and to live gainful lives, and to be okay in our cars with air freshener in our windows, or be okay in our homes at night as we drift off to sleep, and know that we don't have to decide between putting food on the table or affording our insulin. We can do deeper work to heal and to actually speak to the changes we need. And that's what I want to do by example, committing my life to this work. And I believe that Kentucky's ready for a change, just like this country is, and I'm going to do my part in it.
Well, we wish you luck. Please keep us up to date on that run. We do know that the person you'll be running against said that I believe he would have opposed the Civil Rights Act, so that would be quite a change of direction for Kentucky if they decided to change direction politically. Marilyn Mosby, congrats on what you're doing, because I do think it's really important that public officials like those who have power use it for the good, which you are doing. Charles Booker, you're doing the same. Cedric Alexander, thank you for always speaking to us with truth, and we appreciate all three of you. So ahead. Cheers. Republican leaders' knee-jerk reaction to Joe Biden's infrastructure plan. It leaves even fellow Republicans face-bombing in disbelief. Stay with us.
So what do you think of the explanation they've given that the police officer mistook a taser for a gun?
I've shot a gun. I've held a taser. I'm a beginner shooter, and I can tell the difference between a weight of a gun, the trigger of a gun, versus the trigger on a taser. The sound is different. The weight is different. The weight is different. Anyone who has held a weapon and shot a weapon knows what a weapon is. That is the first thing you learn when you shoot a gun. You understand what it means, what the responsibility that you're carrying. And if the police are telling us that it is that easy to mistake a gun and a taser.
Are you going to stay out here all night, or what's the plan?
I'm going to do what needs to be done.
What's that? What are you going to do?
Be here for my people. Get the police gone from our community. Be here for my people, however long that takes. Be here for my people.
Do any of you know Daunte and the family very well at all?
No, I don't.
No? Does anybody?
Get the fuck out!
Okay.
Don't give a fuck.
All right. Rachel, all right. You heard all that. Some of it rational and obviously some of it very angry and passionate. But the bottom line here is that these people are still out here in the street. They're not going anywhere. And the police have stopped firing tear gas. They are still behind that fence perimeter that's been built up. Easy.
Fuck the police!
Fuck the police! Okay, what do you want to see happen?
What I want to say?
What do you want to see happen?
I want to see. All right.
No, I got it. I got it.
I want these bitch-ass niggas to stop killing innocent black people. They want fucking peace. And then they get mad.
We're just going to cut in because we have a responsibility in terms of the language, and I'm sorry to have to cut in on you there, Ron, but there's certain things that we can broadcast and there's certain things that we can't. Obviously, this is live footage, and we do apologize for the language that you just heard there, but what Ron is testifying to there while he's doing live reporting and trying to watch his own back and out there in the middle of it and trying to get people to speak in ways that get the message out that they want out, is the rawness and the anger. The footage that you see here, zooming in there, that is the police station in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. And we have, in this situation right here, a curfew in place. The police have been giving warnings that they will clear the streets because nobody's allowed simply to be out by virtue of the curfew. While Ron is talking about this sort of ebbing and flowing over the course of this hour, the numbers that we're able to see in the streets are considerable, and it doesn't seem like it is thinning out over time, and clearly this is an agitated and confrontational moment in this place. And we don't know what the overall police response is going to be. They have been using gas. You have been seeing them give warnings. We are seeing people throw fireworks and other sort of projectiles. The National Guard has been activated. We're not seeing signs of that in our camera view right now, but that does not mean that they are not there. We're trying the best we can to figure out whether the National Guard presence is something that may appear tonight in the streets in a more visible way. Megan Fitzgerald is also covering the scene for us. We spoke with her earlier on camera. We're going to join her now by phone. Megan, are you still near to the police station where we spoke with you earlier?
So, Rachel, we are just outside of the city limits of Brooklyn Center. Shortly after we got off your air, we were rushed out by our security team as the crowd rushed too because some sort of gas was deployed. And this is what we've seen throughout the night. As it gets darker outside, as things start to go out, whether it's the fireworks or it's something from within the crowd or it's something coming from law enforcement, we are seeing the crowd run and then go right back. We also saw looters at the nearby stores going in the Dollar Tree, which is not far from where we were. And at that point, it was a free-for-all, as we've seen before.
Relief. Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and as you know, my passion is to help eat.
That, and this looks good to me right now, but I know that that line that we're looking at, if they get the right orders, they can definitely start moving forward.
All right, Commissioner, thank you very much for being with me tonight. We'll pick up the analysis of these situations tomorrow. Now we have to deal with the urgency. We're going to take a break. Sarah Seidner's on the ground. Shimon Prokupez is there. CNN has a lot of people covering the story. Please stay with CNN.
I look for the WELL Health Safety Seal at my favorite places.
It means health and safety measures have met rigorous scientific standards.
And that tip.
He had to.
The protesters, which itself can be dangerous. People have used their cars in ways against protesters that have resulted in deaths over the course of the past year. Can you tell anything from where you are in terms of the overall dynamic, I guess the scale of the perimeter here, and whether any of this is under control?
Rachel, it's a great question. And, you know, it's a good observation as well. We saw that as well. Cars that are sort of being used to block in protesters. I think that was another thing that our security team was concerned about, is that at some point you could be stuck in that perimeter because it seems that protesters or rioters, they're using their cars to kind of, you know, keep people within a certain radius. And so that's certainly concerning. But it doesn't seem as though it's under control. People are able to kind of go and do as they wish at this moment. And as I was telling you, we were watching these people looting as we were getting ourselves out of the situation as it continued to get more tense. And there was no law enforcement presence. And as you saw by our cameras there, you're looking at the perimeter that's around the police department. Those police officers are behind that gate. So they have not made a move yet, which is why you got the sense that at any moment now, things could certainly escalate once police officers kind of leave that gated area where they are. But at this point, from what we were able to tell, officers remained right there on the grounds of the police department, Rachel.
Yeah, and we are seeing in our footage here, we're seeing officers shoulder to shoulder, some of whom appear to have shields and other, crowd control or riot gear, and it's hard to grasp the dynamic in terms of how the kinetic activity here is happening between these protesters and these police officers at the Brooklyn Center, Minnesota police station. Megan, we will be back with you as this continues to unfold. Ron Allen there for us as well. We have several correspondents there and crews. I do apologize earlier for the language that you heard when Ron Allen was speaking with protesters live, but as you can see, this is a fluid and fast developing situation, and we're just trying to give you the best look that we can on the ground, and that does include talking to people, angry people, when we can, and when it is safe to do so, and so sometimes the language will go south. I will just also follow up on something that Ron mentioned a moment ago. Just within the last few minutes, the state has actually released the name of the officer who discharged her firearm in the Daunte Wright incident yesterday in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, which resulted in Mr. Wright's death. He was killed by a gunshot wound to the chest. We have seen the body cam footage from the officer who says, "Taser, taser, taser," and then shoots Mr. Wright and says, "Oh, bleep, I shot him." That officer has now been identified, a female officer from Brooklyn Center whose name is Kimberly Potter. She is a 26-year veteran of that police force. She has been put on administrative leave. The mayor in Brooklyn Center has called for her to be fired. But as yet she is on leave and not yet relieved of her job. So we're watching this tonight. There is a curfew in effect. Well, there's a curfew that has been called in the Minneapolis-St. Paul region in 4 counties in that metro area. But as you can see, it's doing nothing to keep this increasingly tense, increasingly angry protest in Brooklyn Center from continuing to unfold.
Good time off.
Yeah, Sean, in Minnesota, right on the brink, and Tobin is always, he's just one of the best reporters, period.
He's great.
Oh, no, he's unafraid, and
ground when that unrest happens. Chris, we're going to get to it. Thank you, sir. I'll see you later on. I appreciate the coverage. This is CNN Tonight. I'm Don Lemon. We are following the breaking news now. New protests tonight after the police shooting, death of Daunte Wright in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. We're going to get straight now to the ground. CNN Shimon Prokopez, you see him there in the rain in front of the police department. Shimon, take it away. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so Don, the police are continuing to fire these pepper balls at the protesters who are still gathered here. As the protesters get closer, they are firing these pepper balls between tear gas, flashbangs, and I just want to show you this picture here, Don. Sorry, we're just looking around. It's really just trying to stay out of the way here. More police officers. They're trying to clear this area, and so this is what they're doing. They're pushing people back, coming in for formation. You can see they're making an arrest, Don. And so this has been ongoing now for over an hour now, where the police have been, there you see an officer.
Shimon, can we just listen in for a little bit?
We're just trying to, we're going to move over this way. Yes.
So Shimon is there on the ground, Shimon. Shimon, are you getting tear gas?
Yeah, they threw some. Okay, it's been constant, but it doesn't last very long, and I think that's because of the rain and just the precipitation in the air. Yeah, I mean this has been for the better part of the last hour. Our entire crew, our producer, our security teams, all have just been here for the last hour, and this has been constant from the police here. The tear gas and the flashbangs. And it's strong, and you can certainly feel it in your eyes and in the back of your throat. But what's different here, Don, is this is the closest sort of that we have seen the police move through this area. For all the way through 9 o'clock, really, this entire area was surrounded by many of the people in the crowd. They have now kind of dispersed and are on the outskirts of this area, so the police have been successful in pushing them back.
Shimon, I want you to...
What's going on now. Please continue to try and push more people back.
I want you to stand by, Shimon, and be careful out there. We're going to keep some of your pictures up just so you know as we want to bring the mayor in. So, Shimon, stand by. We may need to get right back to you as soon as we get the mayor on. Mayor Mike Elliott joins us now from Brooklyn Center, the Brooklyn Center Mayor. Mayor, thank you so much. Can you update us on what's going on tonight? Who's directing the police? What's happening?
Yeah, so obviously this continues to be an unfolding situation, and unfortunately, we're people are here expressing their anger at yet another black man who's been killed at the hands of law enforcement in our state, in a place not too far from where George Floyd was murdered. At the time when this trial is, George Floyd's trial is still underway. And in so many ways, this feels for our community, as though, there's a Band-Aid that was on a wound that hadn't healed yet. So it's just...
Mayor, can I jump in here just for a second? Mayor, if you can move to a better cell area, I don't know if you're near a window, if you can go outside or what have you, but we're having some breakup on your phone, and we'd really love to get your information as clearly as possible.
Is that a lot better?
That is better, sir. So my question is, earlier you relieved the city manager of his duties. Who is directing the police right now?
So right now, the orders are coming from the regional command center. They're not coming from me. They're not coming from my department. And so the folks on the front line right now executing the orders are the state patrol, the National Guard, and those other law enforcement entities, the sheriff department, that are under the auspices of the regional command center that's been established by the governor.
So, Mayor, as we're watching this unfold now live, our reporter Shimon Prokopez is out right in front of the police department. Can you tell us do you know then, if you're not directing them, then what are the orders here? What's the goal here? What are they being told?
Well, we want people to go home. Obviously, people are still upset, and but we need everybody to stay safe to go. right now is to try and disperse the crowd and try and get people to go home. Obviously, the governor has put a curfew in place that was in place since 7 p.m. And the orders that have been given to the law enforcement here now is to disperse the crowd and trying to get people to go home. And I'm calling, asking for people to go home, and be able to protest at a time,
that they're enjoying. And other states, by the way, that pass any such laws. Now, the media, of course, they live on the same hypocrisy boulevard.
Or 26 years of experience is not enough. We need police training in deadly force to work for everyone who takes that training, just like we need pilot training to work for everyone who is trained as a pilot, because with police training and pilot training, if it doesn't work, people die. And this police officer, like every police officer, was fully trained on the difference between reaching for a gun and reaching for a taser. But in the moment when it counted on the street under that self-imposed pressure, all of her training disappeared.
The officer drew their handgun instead of their taser. For informational purposes, we train with our handguns on our dominant side and our taser on our weak side. So if you're right-handed, you carry your firearm on your right side and you carry your taser on the left. This is done purposefully and is trained. As I watch the video and listen to the officer's commands, it is my belief that the officer had the intention to deploy their taser, but instead shot Mr. Wright with a single bullet. This appears to me, from what I've viewed and the officer's reaction and distress immediately after, that this was an accidental discharge that resulted in the tragic death of Mr. Wright.
The police chief explained that Daunte Wright's car was pulled over because it apparently had an expired registration, and then the police discovered the additional crime of air fresheners hanging on the rear view mirror, which is apparently against the law in Minnesota. And then the officers discovered that there was an outstanding warrant for Daunte Wright for a misdemeanor. And so these three potential misdemeanors are why the police decided to make their move on Daunte Wright that ended in his death. Daunte Wright called his mother, Katie Wright, just as the police pulled him over yesterday afternoon at the location where her son was shot and killed. Katie Wright said this.
Daunte, don't run. Like a minute later, I called and his girlfriend answered, which was the passenger in the car, and said that he'd been shot.
The police chief decided to release the police body cam video today as soon as possible. He said the state investigators did not want that body cam video released so early, but he believed the community had a right to see it. This network has a carefully considered policy on showing video of people killed by police, including the video introduced in the trial of Derek Chauvin for the murder of George Floyd. The network policy almost never allows us to show the entirety of such video because it's so disturbing to see. And many of you have told me personally how disturbing such videos are for you to see. And so this video is unedited up to the point where the gunshot is fired, and then the video frame freezes, but the audio continues, and you will hear what the officer said after she fired that shot. You will hear her voice shift from being terrified of Daunte Wright to being terrified by what she just did when she says, "I shot him." us now, Kirk Burkhalter, criminal law professor at New York Law School, where he is the director of the 21st Century Policing Project, and Mark Claxton, director of the Black Law Enforcement Alliance. Both are former NYPD police detectives. And let me begin with you, Professor Burkhalter, and your reaction to what we're seeing on that video and the police chief's interpretation today of that video and what she said afterwards, that this was an accident. Thinking she's reaching for the taser when she's reaching for the gun.
Sure, Lawrence. Thank you. And I'd like to focus on the word accident. Under the law, even if one doesn't necessarily intend to do something, however, if they do so negligently, they do it recklessly, meaning they repeat that action and have the same result, well, you can be culpable. In effect, it's no longer an accident. And we have seen repeatedly that there is a difference in how the force is administered by police departments against people of color and with respect to others. So at what point does it stop being an accident? Now, I can understand the chief's approach with regards to this individual incident, but we hear this over and over. Oops, I'm sorry. Oops, it's an accident. But it only happens with one segment of society. This was a low-level misdemeanor arrest. And whether force should be used, that perhaps that's a discussion for another day. But at the end of the day, we consistently see death, dismemberment, serious injury over low-level arrest, not the crime of the century. That's not an accident. It's a form of bias. And arguably, you cannot train or educate that away. That is something that someone brings with them to that police department. So perhaps the first stop on this train is identifying those who harbor those form of biases. And perhaps this is just simply not the job for them, because that's what leads to these types of accidents. There is a difference based on who a person is, and we saw this in the George Floyd trial, we're seeing it now, as to the reason for the escalation of force. That reason quite often is based on who that person is. For some reason, this person is more of a threat because it is a young black man. So it's quite disturbing to watch the excuse that it's an accident. And then we can certainly discuss some of the technicalities of how someone could possibly mistake a 9mm handgun for a taser, given the difference in weight and balance and the materials and so forth, and color. So, the word accident here seems wildly inappropriate when this young man has been killed.
Victories against these COVID tyrants. And it's not cliche to say that. How did you do it? How did it happen?
And you're also seeing fireworks that are being shot off by folks who are protesting here. And we just have to remember, and I have to always remind, when you see a scene like this, part of this is because people are so angry about what happened with an officer. The officer we now know is Kim Potter, who shot and killed a young man, 20 years old, Daunte Wright, because they had stopped him for his license plate was expired. This is another firework. Don't be alarmed, it's just a firework. And people just could not believe that another black man had been killed by an officer, especially since there was a lot of tension here, and still is, because the trial of former Officer Derek Chauvin is going on for being accused of murdering George Floyd. And as that is going on, and as people are nervous about how that is going to end, this is happening. We are going to get out of the way. Folks are starting to run because police are starting to push further and further into the neighborhood. And I'm just sort of going to come up here, but we're at a vantage point. You can hear things flying back and forth. You can hear people throwing things, but you can also hear the officers sort of using their less than lethal rounds towards the public here. You see water bottles being thrown, and you hear that back and forth. That is tear gas. Let's show a little bit. So you see that there. They are shooting tear gas at someone that has a shield, and you'll see that flare up. And boy, the tear gas that they're using, Dawn, and I know you've had your bouts with tear gas. This is the strongest tear gas I have ever faced during a protest. It seems that it is CS gas, but I don't have that confirmed, but it is extremely strong. It's like military grade tear gas. That is the scene right now. The precinct you'll see lit up in the background. That is where people were sort of banging on the fence, throwing fireworks, throwing water bottles, the police responding with less than lethal rounds, and responding with a lot of tear gas. They have moved most of the protesters out. Hundreds and hundreds of people were here about a half an hour ago. They are mostly gone, but there are still people yelling back at the police, and there are still people standing here, and they say they're not leaving, even though it's a curfew.
And it's a blessing to be able to do this.
And University of Virginia School of Law, Harmeet and I were there at the same time, so.
Have a particular result if they were not careful, or if they did know if they were not careful, and their actions would have a particular result, and that result in either case led to death. It could be a manslaughter charge. However, this is what's so difficult and why police officers are rarely prosecuted for manslaughter, because proving what they should have known and what they did know, this goes back to how they're trained and educated and so forth. You would need to bring in, as we've seen in the trial of Derek Chauvin, and you know, it's so easy to say the trial of George Floyd, but it's the trial of Derek Chauvin. He's the one who's on trial. That the litany of police officers and police officials who were responsible for the training. So that's to demonstrate that Derek Chauvin's actions were reckless, that he should have known the result, the danger that could occur. But this is, you know, that trial is an outlier. So that's why it's rather difficult to prosecute these types of cases and to show what someone would have known. In this case, this positioning of where to carry the taser versus where to carry the firearm, certainly that might lead to some form of charge of manslaughter. But a lot remains to be seen, and it's really dependent on the investigation that takes place here.
We're going to continue this conversation with Mark Blackson and Kirk Burkhalter across this commercial break when we come back to consider the prosecution resting its case today in the murder trial of Derek Chauvin for the murder of George Floyd, taking place just 10 miles away from where those protesters are tonight. We'll be right back.
Because money,
Can you repeat that question? Sure. Are you aware?
And again, we all get involved
at freestylelibre2.us. Fact, Emily hasn't bought groceries in weeks.
So, you know, let's talk more about you taking the stand today to talk about your brother. It was emotional testimony. This is some of what we heard from you. Here it is.
He made sure that we all were going to be to school on time. And like I told you, George couldn't cook, but he'll make sure you have a snack or something to get in the morning. He just was like a person that everybody loved around the community. He just knew how to make people feel better. Being around him, he showed us like how to treat our mom and how to respect our mom. He loved her so dearly.
Philonis, listen, we met, you know, almost a year ago after the killing of your brother, and here it is, a trial of the man who's accused of killing your brother. And now we have more unrest, and I'm talking to you again during unrest in Minnesota. It's just unbelievable. It's surreal here. To take that stand today, to speak directly to the jurors, to tell them about your brother, what was today like for you?
It was one of the most bittersweet times of my life. It was great that I had a chance to explain who he was, but it was just terrible just being there, knowing that I had to speak up for him, because being in that courtroom, I seen my brother killed over 100 times every day, constantly. And I know over 1,000 times within this year. My brother, I know he's looking down right now and he's proud of me for the things in my family, for what we're doing. But at the same time, Don, we have to get justice for my brother, because justice for George Floyd means justice for all right now. If a black man can't get justice for this, what can a black man get justice for in America?
Philonis, I know it's a tough day for you, not only having to take the stand, but also reliving unrest again in Minnesota. We thank you for joining us. Ben, we thank you for joining us as well, speaking to us about both of these cases. When you get an update on what you know about Brooklyn Center, we would love to have you back. Please contact us and let us know. And thank you for going through some of the reporting with me. We appreciate both of you. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll see you soon. We're going to continue to talk about these new protests in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota tonight after the police killing of Daunte Wright. His aunt joins me next. Short break. We'll be right back with our breaking news.
From arthritis pain, try Australian Dream arthritis pain.
Fifth, and they've done nothing about it. Police Chief Rodney Riddle was not going to do anything about it until last night when that video went viral. We'll also be showing you a video angle when we show you this video of the police body cam video. We're going to show you an additional video angle from inside Army Lieutenant Karen Nazzaro's car from the position where he put his phone during his interaction with the police officers. Here is that video.
Get out of the car! Get out of the car now! What's going on? You're fixing to ride the lightning, son. Get out the car! You received an order. Obey it. Yeah, dude, you should be. Get out.
I didn't do anything. Whoa, hold on. What's going? Hold on. Watch it.
Get out of the car! Get out of the car and get on the ground now and get it again!
I don't even want to reach for my seatbelt. Can you?
Take your seatbelt off and get out of the car!
After all of that and more, the police did not arrest Lieutenant Nazzario, telling him they were doing him a big favor by letting him go so that the military would not penalizing him for getting arrested. Lieutenant Nazzario's attorney says that he informed his military supervisors of the incident almost immediately. Lieutenant Nazzario, who is 27 and a graduate of Virginia State University, filed a federal civil rights lawsuit against the two police officers, and after the video emerged publicly this weekend, the governor of Virginia said the video, quote, is disturbing and angered me. Governor Ralph Northam said he is directing the Virginia State Police to investigate the matter. Joining us now, Cedric Alexander, former public safety director and police chief of DeKalb County, Georgia. He's a member of President Obama's task force on 21st century policing. Also with us, Jonathan Capehart, opinion writer for the Washington Post and host of The Sunday Show with Jonathan Capehart on MSNBC. And Jonathan, let me begin with you on this because of the reaction that we all have when we look at these videos. And this time we have the two angles. We have the police body cam, and then we have the lieutenant's own video that he set up on the dashboard of his car, capturing this from his perspective.
What we saw in that video, Lawrence, is why a traffic stop is never routine when you are black, and particularly a black male in America. I continue to be impressed, and I'm sorry I have to be impressed because we have to be, that Lieutenant Nazzario had the presence of mind to go to a lighted area, to fire up his phone and set it to record and put it on the dashboard so he had his own evidence to show that he followed. He could hear all the conflicting demands made of him by the two officers and then not put himself or give those officers a reason, an excuse, not a reason, an excuse to shoot him. Watching that video, and I don't know, it's Sunday and I allow you to have a weekend, Lawrence, but I don't know if you saw the show yesterday. I actively resisted watching that video all weekend long until I had to show it on my show. And it made me very angry because I am tired of seeing black people and black men in particular going about their lives, at least trying to, and then always having a problem. And in these two cases, Virginia and Minnesota, what got Daunte, I'm blanking on his name right now, but Daunte Wright, what got him pulled over? A license plate issue. What got Lieutenant Nazzario pulled over? A license plate issue. And we can go around the country and look at and find examples of black men pulled over for the pretext of a license plate issue and then things going awry. Seeing that video, particularly the one of Lieutenant Nazario, is maddening, it's enraging, and it's also frightening because Lieutenant Nazario could have been Daunte Wright.
Cedric Alexander, Officer Gutierrez, the one who does the pepper spray after screaming and screaming and screaming and then doing the pepper spray, he got fired last night, but he got fired on information that police department had since December 5th. He got fired because of what we see on that video, and he wasn't going to be fired apparently until we got to see it on the video instead of just the police chief.
Well, that is problematic in and of itself. It speaks to that police department. It speaks to that city leadership, because if they knew that video was out there and the egregious acts that their officers committed and involved themselves in that night to a U.S. Army soldier who was respectful and, quite frankly, who was the only professional person there on the scene. And the way that they treated him was inhumane. And not just the fact that he was a lieutenant in the Army, but they did not treat him with a sense of respect. And look, this whole idea about this being a felony traffic stop, that's the part that really ticks me off the most. That wasn't a felony traffic stop, not really because you can't see a license plate, and to come out of your cars with guns drawn because he just drove a little bit further down the road to find a lighted spot. He did everything that we train our friends and families and everyone to do, all of us. But yet, even after he did all that, as you heard Jonathan so well articulate, it just seems like no matter what we're asking our citizens to do, particularly if they are of color, it just seems to come back to the same place. I've been in policing, had been in policing in and out for 40 years. And I tell you, this was the most disgusting traffic stop. The interactions that take place, they're becoming sickening to the American people. And I don't care what color you are, everybody is sick and tired of it. This is troubling. In policing across this country, and even good police are going to have to suffer behind those who are acting egregiously, illegally, and unconstitutionally, as what we saw the other night there in Virginia.
Campaign contribution data gives us an idea of why the left is targeting the military, why the Democrats are. It's one of the last institutions to lean right. Employers with the most workers donating to Biden range from universities, the federal government, to tech companies, whereas Trump's biggest donor base came from mail delivery companies, Walmart, and the military. So the left has the influence in tech and education, and of course among federal employees, and they got to seal this deal as well.
Well, of course they are.
She put it on the driver's side, and my son was laying there, lifeless.
So I know, Ms. Wright, it's hard to hear the mom, but you can hear the pain in her voice. What went through your mind when you heard the police chief say that the officer fired the gun by mistake? She intended to use her taser.
You don't want to know. You really don't want to know what I felt. But I'm going to tell you like this.
And then next right.
You know the difference from a fully loaded pistol versus a stun gun. You know the difference. And if you're a police officer, you should know that. I think that camera, I saw she held that gun out in front of her for a little while. You mean to tell me she didn't see it? But let me ask y'all something. How would y'all feel if y'all got the call that was your nephew, if that was your son, if that was your brother? How would y'all feel? And then to sit here and people are trying to drag my nephew's name through the dirt, it don't mean nothing. It don't mean nothing. He didn't deserve to die. My nephew was a damn good kid. He loved his family and we loved him. Accident? An accident? No, come on now. Everybody in this world saw that gun. You mean to tell me you thought it was a taser? I've owned over 20,000 volt taser. They don't feel nothing like a gun. Nothing like a gun. So y'all tell me, how would y'all feel if y'all got that call? That was my nephew. That was my blood. That was like my heart. My brother is my heart. Katie is my heart.
Nice.
Where homie? My mother shouldn't have to be burying her grandchild. My brother, my sister, they shouldn't have to be burying their son. Not over air freshener. They stopped him over air freshener. Let's get that correct. His tag wasn't expired. My sister and them had just bought him that car. Y'all want to see, people want to try to look for something bad to go ahead and justify this. How about we just justify this man's life was taken? They took my man's life from him. My great-nephew has to now grow up not even knowing, not even being able to touch his father. You tell me, is it all right to take somebody's life over, what, a misdemeanor warrant? Just for some weed? You got these politicians out here smoking weed. They ain't dead. You got all these people that shot up the man that killed them Asian women. May they rest their souls. May they rest in peace. You got the people at the grocery store. You got the people in Bryan, Texas. You mean to tell me all three of them is still living? But my nephew is dead? Because now they want to use the justification of it was a mistake. You don't mistake a stun gun from a gun. You don't mistake that. If I made a mistake like that, I'll be in the jail cell. They'll be trying to put me under it. This not fair. We got several police officers and all in our family. I don't have nothing bad to say about them, but what I got to say is she needs to pay for what she did to my family. My family's blood is on their hands. My brother and my sister is hurting. How do we put life back together after this? Some people say, oh, it's God's plan. That was not God's plan. This stuff should not be going on like this.
Ms. Wright, I can't begin to imagine what you're dealing with, and I'm glad you got to say your piece, at least for this moment, because I'm sure there's so much more inside of you and so much more that you want to say and that you want the world to know. And I hope that providing this opportunity in some way gets it across. I know, I was going to say I hope that it brings you some peace, but I know it doesn't. It doesn't bring you peace. But
there's no peace in this. There's no peace in this. Say his name. Keep saying his name. My nephew did not deserve this. Daunte Wright did not deserve this. Katie Wright, Aubrey Wright, they did not deserve this.
on the phone right now, Naisha Wright is the aunt of Daunte Wright, and she's asking people to say his name, Daunte Wright, who was shot and killed by police yesterday, who pulled him over for a routine traffic stop, and now he's no longer with us. The aunt, Naisha Wright, is on the road now, traveling from Alabama, she told us, and making her way to Brooklyn Center. As you can see, our Sarah Seidman are getting ready. We're going to go to her in just a moment. But Naisha Wright is on the phone joining us now. Naisha, I forget, you told me you've been on that, forget how long you've been on the road. You had to stop and pick up your mother. And you've been on the road to come to be with your family. And you said the family is broken-hearted, not a broken family. And you're heartbroken, but you're going to get there. How much more time? Do you know how much longer you have to get there?
According to my GPS, we'll make it there 11-something in the morning.
Yeah. So we talked about the mother. We didn't really talk about the father. You did. Have you spoken to the dad? You said it's Aubrey,
Yes.
right?
Yes, I've spoken to my brother.
And how's he doing?
I've got to hear the pain. I've never heard or seen my brother cry. Do you know how that feels for me to hear my brother call out for his son? Never, nobody should have to feel this pain. Nobody. And my brother is so hurt. My brother is a good man. He's been there for his kids. Like I said, this ain't no broken home. This is not no broken home. He's been there.
Well, Naisha, thank you. And again, we're so sorry. And we want you, listen, I know you're going to try to drive straight through, but make sure you do it safely. And I know there's probably no rest for you, but we want you to be safe. We thank you for joining us. And be well. And your mom is with you, so you guys please travel safely. And we'd love to have you back on once you're in a place where you can talk to us again. Again, so sorry. Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're covering the breaking news that's happening, as you can see, in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. This is never easy. I'm Don Lemon. It's the top of the hour. It's never easy to cover these stories. There's always multiple sides of these stories, and there's always a family in grief and in pain.
Thanks a lot, Dan. Tonight, health officials in Minnesota say anyone who attended a wrestling tournament in Sioux Falls earlier this month should get tested for COVID-19 and watch for symptoms. Today, the Minnesota Department of Health released a statement saying they linked 16 confirmed cases to the event, which featured 2,000 wrestlers along with spectators. Minnesota Youth Wrestling Championships were held at the Sioux Falls Arena and Convention Center from March 31st through April 3rd. The Minnesota Department of Education is also alerting schools around the state to watch for potential cases. That news comes as the Denny Sanford Premier Center comes off a busy weekend that brought good crowds, according to the general manager. The entertainment venue hosted PBR Friday through Sunday and a concert in the arena on Saturday.
It was a throwback to old times when we had multiple things going on here at the facility, and people were ready and having a good time. And I think, again, overall, it was a overwhelming success.
Cruzen says Saturday's PBR competition had the highest attendance of the 3 days with well over 5,000 people. The concert brought in more than 4,000.
It was a windy day across Kettleland today.
Megan and Seal.
Temperatures are only going to be in the 30s and 40s, and just to, you know,
This is what I've been dreaming of.
Yeah. A completely manufactured moment, all to get it on TV and signal his virtue. As if he was down there the whole time and not across the street picking fights with locals. So maybe worry less about showing off and more about being real. Fact is, if comorbidity
was like a person that everybody loved around the community. He just knew how to make people feel better. And he would always say, hold on, let me kiss mama before I